future will always be in the status of this. Engaging actively in the household and community responsibilities. It is important that when we look into the issue of GBV, diversity, we are also moving to the
can live in a free, violent, discrimination and fair society, our responsibility lies with us. The time is now. Kubalulekile uma sibheka lolu daba lo GBV ukuthi sibuke izinhla zonke ezikhona ku society ngoba kusilona udaba ekufanele silibuke ngemunqa owodwa kepha udaba ekufanele sibheke ngazo zonke indlela. Ngelinye ilanga commissioners will also be pleased ukuthi kulendlu sihlangane sonke. Mangithi sihlangane sonke ngikhuluma ukuthi men and women nezingane zamantombazane nezabafana bake bathola ithuba nabo lokulalela ukuthi thina sithini nabafana lokulalela omalume nobaba babo ukuthi bathini bona ukuze lempi esilwa nayo sikwazi ukuthi siyinqobe ngoba sekubonakala ukuthi GBV is killing society yethu every day. GBV is also killing our economy because the day ngingayile emsebenzini nginama challenges GBV kusho ukuthi in my workplace production ngalelo langa ayikwazi ukuqhubeka. We want to also to take this opportunity to thank the Commission and also all the social partners who made it possible for this dialogue. Let it be the beginning of a deeper, high level of engagement so that at the end of the day, we will find solutions now. I thank you, Program Director.
Siyabonga Mamumyeni. I hope I said that right. Yes. Thank you so much for making a clarion call for us to say the time is now and that issues of gender-based violence are quite urgent in society and we need strategies that will address them from the root cause. And I'll just want to add to say perhaps we should also add another hashtag that says fund the fight, because we can come up with strategies, but if there is no money to implement and to support the work of the men's sector, we will not be able to reach the goal that we intend to. And Deputy Mayor, for you being here, we really appreciate, and I just want to say that we are hoping that going forward, we will see the men's sector being represented in different structures within local government and the municipalities as well. Can we give her another round of applause? Colleagues, before we continue, I want to request that we do not use this door. Please use the other two doors. We do not use this door because according to sign language rules, we will be breaking the law if we keep on moving and disturbing the flow of communication here. So I request that we use that door. Please, please, please remember, I know I'll be the first one to forget, but I will try by all means that we use the two doors. And I'll also request that someone get the hotel to perhaps lock this door from the outside as well. We are moving forward with our conversation. The online people, I hope you are following the discussions in the room as well. We don't want to leave you behind. Please also add your comments on the chat boxes so that we can hear your thoughts as well. I'm going to welcome our next speaker, which is our royal leader from the House of Traditional Leaders, Inkosi M.N. Ngubani, who's also the chairperson of the Gender Committee within the Provincial House of Khoisan and Traditional Leaders. Can I welcome Ndabezitha to come to the podium, please? The House of Traditional Leaders is very important for us because it's responsible for nation building and social cohesion. Can we give Ndabezitha a warm welcome? Remember, he's my father, so you must welcome him.
Ngathi suyitholile indawo. Mama siphathele impesu nje kwabuqedile. Angibingelele ku Dr. Bengaphambi kwethu. Ngibingelele u Deputy Mayor. Ngibingelele sengishiye iphepha lami. Ngibingelele abomthetho ngibabonile ngaphandle. Ngibingelele abasiphathele uhlelo. Ngibingelele nosisi oseduze kwami. Yabona. Ngibingelele ama-facilitators ethu esoba nawo. uMageba ovela kwa-Office of the Premier. Ubaba uBaloyi. Ujav, mambiza kanjalo. Dr. Shows, Rusi from NPA. Naba bonke abakhona ngaphakathi sanibona. Niyaphila kodwa. Ngizangixolela ke mina ngikhuluma uMageba. Ngajika endleleni esikoleni. Kodwa ke wangichazela ngenilanga ukuthi yini yenza lokho. Ngenhlanhla ke ngithole sengimenywa kule mhlangano obaluleke kangaka. Engicabanga ukuthi ke njengosihlalo osanda kufika kwi portfolio yaka GBV kuyangithokozisa ukuthi every time ngifunda okusha nanokuthi mhlambe ngixhumana nabantu abaningi abahlukene ukuze sibonisane ngendlela ephambili. Ngephathi ke siye sibe neshwa thina amakhosi ngoba sinazo indawo emakhaya, sinabo abantu basasilalela, siye sibhekwe nje singanakwa ngoba iminyango lekhona ingasi-involve kakhulu enhlelweni zawo. Okusiphatha kabi-ke ngoba sinenhlelo esemakhaya esizenzayo, sineyinhlaka futhi eyikhona esicabanga ukuthi-ke zingasilekelela ekutheni mhlambe-ke siqhube lo msebenzi, silekelele uhulumeni wethu ukuthi unqobe lesihlava esikhona sokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu. Siye sikhulunywe kabi-ke kuthiwa mhlambe-ke amakhosi enza this, enza that. Kodwa-ke akusihluphi-ke ngoba okunye basuke bengenayo impendulo eqondile, suke bekuthole nje ukuthi kwenziwa njengesiko nelokuthwala. Khona abanye abaye belitolike ngenye indlela. Kanti-ke uma befuna incazelo, aboza nje kuthini. So bachazela ukuthi kuze kuthwale kusukelwaphi. Ngisebenzile-ke nekomiti lami noma ngekhona lokho befanele ngikusho. Kodwa ukuthi angikusho nje ngenxa yokuthi mhlambe kungenzeka singaqedisisi sonke ngoba kuningi inkosi eyikwenze wokumsebenzi wesizwe. Sisebenzile-ke nekomiti lami lezinyanga edlule ngoba besixhumene nabaka-United Nations beholwa usihlalo omele i-AU umama uNdlovu ne-office lika-Premier. Saba nomhlangano namakhosi aseBergville phansi kokhahlamba kanye ney'nduna zakhona ezayibaleleni 80. Iy'nduna zamakhosi 5 esasiwacele ukuthi abe khona. Sibe sesikhuluma-ke ngohlelo. Khona uhlelo esinalo lokubiza ngezigodi model. Lapho sithi khona induna nenduna kufunala ibe nohlaka lwayo ezolisebenzisa ukuthi mhlambe ilekelele ekubhekeni zonke lezi zinto ezenzeka emphakathini noma esigodini sazo. Mangikhuluma ngenduna-ke, induna inamakhansela angaphansi kwayo abheke igceme lezi. Ngisho amakhansela kodwa hayi lawa epolitiki, lawa ethu omkhandlu lo wesizulu. Kuphinde kube onomehlo omama abahlola iy'ntombi esinabo esigodini. Siphinde sibe nama-CDW onompilo abakhona lapha egodini. Siphinde sibe ney'nduna zensizwa ezikhona lapha. Zibe nabaDDA abakhona lapha ababhekelele ukuthi iy'nduna zensizwa ziyawenza nomsebenzi. Nabanye abantu abadala nogogo nabakhubazekile uma bekhona endaweni siyaba-involve ukuthi babe khona. Bafomelele ikomiti kufanele lihlale zonke iy'nyanga libheka isigodi ukuthi kwenzekani esigodini. So uma ngikhuluma ngonomehlo, umsebenzi wabo ukubheka amantombazane la akhulayo ukuthi mhlambe-ke bayahloleka, bayayalwa ukuthi mhlambe kufanele beyiphathe kanjani. Sihambe siye emsebenzini wey'nduna zensizwa esibona-ke kusalekha kwamanje ngoba amantombazane ayafundiswa ukuthi ufunala ayiphathe kanjani. Abafana laba abakhulayo uthola ukuthi abanalo ithuba elanele lokuthi bafundiswe ngoba inkinga iqala lapho. That time umfundisi oyedwa omunye ungamfundisi ukhona la kuzokulasha khona. So-ke sibona ukuthi-ke kufanele labantu sibafundise ngokufana. Time kune-camp mhlambe kuleli sonto yamantombazane, ikhempe lesonto elandelayo kube yabafana ngoba iy'nduna zensizwa kufanele zifundise lezi ngane ukuthi kufanele ziphathe kanjani. Bangabona odadewabo laba ngoba bafana nodadewabo ngoba bekhulela esigodini esisodwa. Ukuthi ke bababone bona sebebona izintombi. So ke sizama ukuthi ke sinxenxe lokho ukuthi kwenzeke. Njengoba ngithi khona nobaba nje kukhona nomdidiyeli. Obaba laba simisele ngokuthi bakhuthaze amanye amadoda. Ngoba amadoda lawa ayasaba ukuthi aye ebhedlela, aye emakliniki. Ajaha ukuthi ukhanyile uyaqatha. Ukhanyile nje manginika nje umuntu nyana impela hayi kuze kuze melody. Eqinini uthola ukuthi noma ngoba sinobaba abasebenza emadrobheni. Siyazi ke manazi inyathi zabo emadrobheni. Njengoba kuDisember nje besenza imihlangano nalabo ababuya emadrobheni ukuthi siyacela siyazi ukuthi nabo omamncane abakhona emagoni. Ngoba kuba buhlungu ukuthi ingane yomuntu ithathiwe ihlele ekhaya. Igade umuzi wena uhlele eGoli uyabhiza lapha koSantini ko-Mall of Africa uhamba nezibomvu intombi. Awenzi protection ngenkathi nihlangana. Uyabuya lapho amahlombe aseqondile. Uzothatha lonke lokufa uzokufaka kumakoti obekulindile njengomkhwenyana wakhe. Mase kufanele uye esibhedlela awusayi. Mase kufanele ekliniki hayi subika imbuzi hayi ukhanyile uzongisiza khona imbiza yakhe kuthiwa iyashaya. Uze umuntu aphele amasosha omzimba ngenxa yokuthi akafuni ukuya ekliniki. Kuthi ngo last minute ubona ubaba sekuthiwa useyalanda afike ke adlule emhlabeni. Sinezinkantolo ke thina. Esifisa uhulumeni asilekelele ukuthi basebenzise zona ngoba kulula. Ukuthi kuthiwa amadoda ayohlangana enkantolo rather than kuthiwa aya ekliniki. Ngoba ekliniki kuthiwa uyagula yini? Khona mawaphatha amahewana nje so sekwazi ukuthi lekushonela. So ke uma uza lapha enkantolo kulula. So ingakho ngithi iminyango isuke isishalazele kanti mhlambe singaba usizo olukhulu ekuthini silibambisane naleminyango ngoba iminyango edingeka yaka health o social development nabanye office ka prima saxhumana nabo ngoba bayasilekelela ezintweni eziningi esesifize noma ke imali ibingekho ngicabanga ukuthi nomunyaka uqala nje bazosilekelela kangcono ngoba siyafisa ukuthi onke ama-district sidlulise lento ukuthi inkosi nenduna babambe iqhaza ekutheni balekelele uhulumeni ukuthi kunqonye lento ngoba ngenkathi nishiya amakhosi nenza ama-awareness komashu komlazi niyeka abantu emakhaya yilapho ke la phambane khona. And futhi that time ubiza abantu babize le Princess Magogo uyokhuluma isingisi esikhulu lapha ukuthi HIV is a pandemic or whatever. Akumsizo omunye umuntu ngoba ipandemic akazi ukuthi isho ukuthini. So ke ngifisa ukuthi ama-awareness noma whatever yenzo iye nje kuthiwa iye enkosini ubani iyokwenziwa lapha emakhaya ukuze sikwazi ukuthi ke sile ngoba abanye baya lapho kulawo ma-road shows ngenxa yokuthi balambile esiswini. So ngoba bayazi ukuthi umama umyeni uzobe phethe ama-food parcel bazoya lapha abazoyilalela lento eshiwoyo ukuthi kufuna babehave kanjani. Sadlula ke saya ogwini uzongixolela program director ngoba kufanele ngikubike lokho engikushoyo ngoba ngifuna abantu abakhona ngaphakathi babone ukuthi ikhona imizamo esizamayo kodwa sesidinga ukuthi ke kulekelele ukuthi mhlambe ke siqhube sonke ivali singanyatsani. Sibe saya ke ogwini emakhosini akhona sakhuluma nawo futhi ngenxa yokuthi khona igameke ezike zabakhona savumelana ngamakhosi ukuthi cha aqhubeke lolu hlelo lwezigodi model ukuthi induna nenduna ibe nalezi zinhlaka ngoba njengoba ngiphethe leli committee nje every quarterly ngifuna kube nereport efike ngifanele ngiyenze kwi-provincial house njengoba sibuye sihlale khona nje. So-ke ngiyafisa-ke kumema yonke iminyaka ukuthi no, kuyasebenzeka nathi uma ukuthi uyimisele ukuthi ufuna ukusebenza nathi. Asibona labantu mhlambe esikhulunywe ngabo ukuthi mhlambe sabantu abanjani. Siyakwazi ukulalela nanokuthi-ke most amakhosi asemasha. So-ke njengoba asemasha khona ezinye izinto angeke asheshe ayimukele uma ukuthi thina siqhelile mhlambe sesithe kuba dadala ngoba uma uthi uyabheka nje amakhosi amanje khona no 20, 21, 25 awazi lutho. Manje mabebuka lezi zinto abayibuka ku-TV noma mhlambe eyikhulunywa kubona ubona kunzima ukuthi umshintsho asheshe ayizwe uma ukuthi umqhelisini. Ingakho-ke kufuna lasondezwe abona amakhosi ukuthi hayibo lo muntu lo mhlambe ngimkhuluma kanje akufanele ngabe ngimkhuluma kanje kufanele ngabe ngiyamlungisa ngimenzani. So-ke ngicela ukuma lapho kwamanje but-ke ngine-message ebengithunywe usihlalo ngoba uthatheleke phezulu wanomhlangano kufanele ahambe esilweni aye khona wasekuthumela mina. Ubhalwe ngesilungu-ke ngizozama ukuthi ngibe mfishane ngoba nesilungu lesangisazi kahle. As the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, we are fully supportive of initiatives that seek to promote respect to gender equality and protection, development and attainment of gender equality. From the statistics and news report on gender-based violence and femicide, we have noted it's quite clear for everyone to see that we have a long way to go in attaining gender equality in our land. 8 years has passed since the advent of democracy in our country, and during the period, a lot of initiatives from the government, academic institution, non-government organization, private sectors, and institutions of traditional leaders have been embarked on in efforts to attain gender equality. Tangible process has been made because of multi-pronged initiatives to attain gender equality. However, the stubborn and patriarchal attitudes seem to persist in our society. The Institute of Traditional Leaders is bound by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and therefore Amakosi are duty-bound to promote respect for gender equality and the protection, development, and attainment of gender equality. It is for the reason that above that we initiated several male-focused and driven programs in our respective areas of authority as Amakosi. This program seek to empower men to fully partake in effort to promote gender justice, peace, and social transformation. In the initiatives, we have partnered with many stakeholders, including government departments and private sectors, non-profit organizations, law enforcement agencies, and academia. The initiatives I have mentioned are proof of the institution of traditional leadership commitment to promoting a GBV-free society and eliminating violence against women and children. As Amakosi, we believe that we have a pivotal role to play in contributing to the mobilization of stakeholders towards a more coordinated and impactful response to the gender-based violence and femicide crisis. Hence, we are sincerely appreciative to be offered the opportunity to partake in this vital dialogue. As I conclude my address, let me express that it is our wish that this vital engagement leads to the greatest of strides in the attainment of gender equality and also empowers men to promote gender justice, peace, and social transformation. I thank you.
Thank you so much, His Majesty, for those reflections. What's wrong? Oh, Apologies for that, apologies. Siyabonga inkosi. Thank you so much for those reflections. Davizita is saying that we must leave no one behind. If we are empowering girls, we must also take boys along so that we can ensure that gender equality becomes a reality in our lifetimes. And he continues to say that information about sexual and reproductive health is important for men as well. We must not leave men behind in these discussions around sexual and reproductive health. And we also want to appreciate the open door, and we wish that this can happen across provinces in South Africa. We are moving on to our program. I'm going to now call the keynote address by Office of the Premier, DDG, Mr. Zulu. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you very much, Program Director, Tabang Mokokong. I should say Program Directors because there is another Tabani Panda who will also direct this program. The Honorable Deputy Mayor of the City of eThekwini, Councillor Zandile Myeni, Nkosi Ungubane from the House of Traditional Leaders, who is the Gender Committee Chairperson, Wanawesilo. Mr. Jabu Baloyi from the Commission for Gender Equality, Deputy Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Prabhashni Suprayan Naidu, Commissioners of the Commission for Gender Equality, Provincial Manager of the KwaZulu-Natal, sorry, may I read that again? Provincial Manager of KwaZulu-Natal for the Commission for Gender Equality, Mrs. Anele Ngwane. Leadership of the National Men's Forum, Dr. Shozi, former chairperson. Key stakeholders were identified by the program director, members of the media, brothers and sisters who are joining us online, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning on this beautiful day the Lord has made. It is my pleasure to be part of this important engagement, which is the Commission for Gender Equality Men's Engagement. We are honored that this occasion is being hosted by the CGE and the Men's Forum in our province as we are beginning a new financial year, but also as we have just emerged from delivering the State of the Province address for the 7th administration. The Commission for Gender Equality, which is an independent Chapter 9 institution, is one of the most critical pillars of the infrastructure of the South Africa we all want to see. One that is non-racial, non-sexist, and united in the quest for the transformed society. The KwaZulu-Natal provincial government not only subscribes to the sanctity and vision of a country based on the Constitution, but we are fully committed in action to taking measures to ensure that the Constitution guides our service delivery across the provincial state machinery. As the body empowered by the Constitution to promote gender equality, the protection, development, and attainment of gender equality, we can assure this gathering that the CGE will continue to receive the highest support and response from all our provincial government departments. Nkosi yesizwe nomafu, egameni likaNdunankulu wesifundazwe, amazwi enkosi ezwakele. Ukugcizelela iqhaza lamakhosi, ukubaluleka kweqhaza lamakhosi nezinkantolo zamakhosi eyinhlelweni zokweluleka. Sorry, I'll be very brief. It's just a few lines. Let me start again. Nkosi yesizwe nomafu, egameni likaNdunankulu wesifundazwe, umhlonishwa uThamsanqa Ntuli, ifisa uqinisekisa inkosi ukuthi amazwi ewakhulumela ezwakele. Ukugcizelela iqhaza lamakhosi, ukubaluleka kwamakhosi kanye nezinkantolo zamakhosi eyinhlelweni zokweluleka nokuqondisa indlela yokuziphatha, ikakhulukazi kithina madoda, isisekelo sethu thina njengendlu empisholo. Ngiyayiqinisekisa inkosi nendlu yabaholi bomdabu esifundazweni sakithi ukuthi uNdunankulu wesifundazwe ukubeke eqhulwini ukubambisana namakhosi asendlunkulu. Ubufakazi balokho izinhlelo ezimenyezelwe uNdunankulu ngeviki eliphelile zokwesekela ukusebenza kwamakhosi kanye nokubambisana okukhona okuqhubekayo njengoba inkosi iye yakhuluma la. Program directors, gender-based inequality, femicide, and other social ills such as gangsterism are ripe in our country. Therefore, the work of the Commission for Gender Equality and the Men's Forum is indeed cut out. With this men's engagement, it is hoped that the Commission for Gender Equality shall foster critical discussion on gender equality with a particular focus on addressing gender-based violence and femicide in KwaZulu-Natal. As the Premier of the province, the Honorable Thamsanqa Ntuli, reported during the State of the Province address on the 28th of February, the provincial government remains very concerned about the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide in KwaZulu-Natal. We are under no illusion that gender-based violence and femicide is rife in our province, driven as it is by inadequate human rights education, patriarchal values, and toxic masculinity. KwaZulu-Natal continues to face alarmingly high rates of gender-based violence and femicide. According to the latest statistics released by the National Police Minister, the Honorable Senzo Mchunu. These statistics consistently reveal that Inanda Police Station, that is a police station that is situated here in Durban, eThekwini, under the Honorable Deputy Mayor, leads the nation with the highest number of reported rape cases, followed by Umlazi Police Station, which is also situated in Durban. This province of KwaZulu-Natal ranks 4th nationally with a rape ratio of 17.3 per 100,000 people. Last November, the reported gender-based violence and femicide-related crimes included 46 murders. This is 46 murders of women, 112 attempted murders, 175 rapes, 23 sexual assaults, 1,272 cases of assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. Incidences that are domestic violence related. At the time, rape incidents at educational institutions include 1, at our local crèche. Yes, I will repeat, crèche. 13 at schools, 4 at tertiary institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, while these statistics are deeply concerning, they only reflect reported cases, and the actual numbers are likely higher due to underreporting. Siyazi ukuthi ikakhulukazi women particularly who reside in certain sectors of our society, I don't want to say in rural areas, because illiteracy is ripe in our province. It is everywhere. As a number one factor that creates hesitancy, particularly when women are violated, because of a culture that is also ripe, particularly in rural KwaZulu-Natal, that men have a particular standing which also qualifies them to chastise women. And that is very, very unfortunate. This province will continue to engage men and boys through the Men's Forum. We will also work with the Department of Education, the traditional leadership, Nabezitha Nomafu, Sobamsana, Oqhubekayo, the faith-based community and business, mass media, non-governmental organizations, sports federations, and the community to tackle misconceptions and address men's role in combating GBVF. As key role players in GBVF, men will also be the solution, leading fellow men and boys into the new world of a GBVF-free KwaZulu-Natal. As government, in adopting a multifaceted approach, ladies and gentlemen, our response to GBVF cannot be to treat this phenomenon merely as a crime to be dealt with by the police, but to adopt a multi-pronged approach with short, medium, and long-term objectives. What we must do is not to wait a second longer or to linger, because in GBVF, every minute counts. In November 2024, as we launched the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, the first under the Provincial Government of Unity, we joined the global call by the United Nations against gender-based violence and femicide. In this regard, our provincial government has unveiled a strategic implementation plan. This plan emphasizes leadership at every level, ensuring a coordinated and effective response to GBVF. So far, 7 districts have fully functional GBVF coordination structures in KwaZulu-Natal. Efforts are underway to revive structures in 2 other districts while addressing challenges in others. eThekwini Metro, uMgungundlovu and King Cetshwayo remain high-risk areas with additional resources allocated to mitigate GBVF's impact. The province have formed rapid response teams in over 300 wards to address GBVF with a survivor-centered, multi-sectoral approach. These teams focus on proactive community engagement and violence-based interventions and providing timely, comprehensive support to survivors. Collaboration remains at the heart of KZN's GBVF strategy. The province has entered into key partnerships, including the following: including the Department of Correctional Services, the Legal Aid Board, the Office of the Public Protector. We renovated 30 victim-friendly rooms at police stations across the province. We have also entered partnerships with South African breweries, implementing the No Excuse campaign to combat toxic masculinity. United Nations agencies supporting Traditional Leaders Forum, engaging over 2,000 men to raise awareness and provide policy guidance. The Rand Merchant Bank establishing a Tutuzela Center in Amajuba district. During the State of the Province address last Friday, we announced the following programs. Those who listened in will bear testimony. The Honorable Premier announced that government has partnered with the SPAR Group Limited with an intention of assisting in the provision of a DNA laboratory which will fast-track the processing of DNA samples by the province of KwaZulu-Natal, as currently all samples are referred to Pretoria. Government will be launching a GBVF app which will create digital access to GBVF services and emergency assistance and get immediate response from law enforcement agencies. And we are inviting other private partnerships on the initiative. The SPA group will build a Tutuzela Care Center, as I've indicated, in Jozini at Umkhanyakude district. The new Tutuzela Care Center in Matateni in the Amajuba district, which has been built through partnerships, has been completed and will be officially opened soon. The provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal is working with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and other stakeholders, focusing on strengthening the response and coordination efforts at a local level through the district development model. Psychosocial care and support to victims of GBV and crime, sheltering services through 21 shelters and 31 white door centers providing overnight accommodation. Fast-tracking the establishment of a Khuseleka one-stop center within the eThekwini cluster. The Department of Community Safety and Liaison of the province of KwaZulu-Natal has trained 173 GBVF volunteers to work alongside the police in supporting domestic violence survivors. In addition, over 45,000 victims of crime received psychosocial support. 11 shelters currently operate across the province, with a new one under development in Zululand, as well as tackling a variety of social challenges that relate to GBVF. Strengthening the fight. The provincial government is committed to expanding GBVF programs, including building, I think I've indicated, a DNA laboratory to address the issue of backlogs. Because on instances of GBVF that have taken place, the police have a backlog in terms of investigating those crimes. It is our view that justice delayed is justice denied to violated women. This laboratory is essential for expediting cases and delivering justice for victims. The battle against gender-based violence is not just for victims, but for the soul of our society. Together, we can forge a future free from violence and discrimination. The implementation of the Sanitary Dignity Program to help improve reproductive health care, menstrual health and hygiene management, and educational outcomes for all girls and women, including those with disabilities. The total number of 936,306 girl learners have benefited from this program to date, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living. Poverty and the rising cost remain a high factor in GBVF, with many women stuck in abusive relationships just because of their financial dependency. We are committed to building a province of economic opportunity to replace dependency. One of our focal areas this year will be the urgent task of growing the economy. This approach will unlock opportunities for employment, uplift communities, and improve the lives of all South Africans. As I conclude, we have also developed an integrated women's economic empowerment strategy to drive government initiatives in providing economic empowerment and opportunities for women. I must say, as the government of KwaZulu-Natal, the Premier has made it unequivocally clear that this government favors women because women are on the receiving end of a raw deal in this country. The Women Advancement Fund, a private-public partnership fund, was launched on 30 August 2024 to empower and provide financial and business support to women entrepreneurs. Initially, the targeted commitment from private sector was 20 million rand, which have since surpassed the 2 billion rand mark. And the government of KwaZulu-Natal is appreciative to all our private sector partners who have stepped to the plate, and we invite more. This money will be distributed, as I've indicated, amongst women-driven, I would say, initiatives. The applications have been received. Due to the limited number of applications, the Premier authorized an extension, thereby encouraging more women to submit their applications. The provision of access to primary health care, ensuring that home and community-based services, clinics, community health centers are well-resourced and appropriately staffed to provide the promotive, preventative, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative care services, particularly to women. Ladies and gentlemen, our province has worked to remove barriers which obstruct women from upward mobility and access to the market by providing education and training and creating opportunities to participate in the workforce through various programs. Now, as I conclude for real, the war against GBVF will not be won easily by the police working alone. If we work together, however, we may be able to change attitudes and lead KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa to a better future. I wish everyone well with this men's engagement conference under the auspices and as masterly organized by the Commission for Gender Equality. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zulu. We appreciate the speech. And most importantly, we appreciate the fact that we will be having a DNA lab soon. I think that is a very thorny issue across provinces. And as I said that I'm not from around, I'm also here to benchmark. So everything that you said, I am stealing it, I'm taking it to Limpopo. Thank you so much. We are moving on with our program. I'm going to request Tate Javu Baloyi to come and give a presentation from the Commission for Gender Equality. Can we give him a round of applause? Online people, please write on the chat box if you're still with us. Thank you so much.
Sanbonani, Ninjani, nami ngiyaphila. Ugama uJabu Baloyi, mara not yasizulu. Greetings to the program directors, Mr. Tsepa Muhokong and Mr. Taban Panda. Greetings to Inkosi Ngubani, who has plagiarized my presentation. Greetings to the Deputy Mayor, Mayor Zandile Mieni. Greetings to the DDG, Ubaba, Mtwana KwaZulu. Greetings to Bishop Mqunu, who has accused us, rightfully or wrongfully so, for being women-centered. Greetings to Bishop Buthelezi, and greetings to everyone, and above all, greetings to my deputy chairperson, Subrahana Naidoo, and our chairperson in absentia, Advocate Ntabseng Sipanya Mokhale, and our CEO in absentia, Dr. Mutatleho Matotoka, and last but not least, amongst the dignitaries, my former boss, who has taught me isiZulu, Dr. Mfana Kozwele, Wakashozi Mfana Wasendlendle. And to you all who are in here from the men's sector and men's forum, and to a dynamite from the KwaZulu-Natal office, Ms. Zandile Nwane and the team, we have brought us here with wonderful news to benchmark from. And I need to greet to everyone else online and to the colleagues of the Commission for Gender Equality and the commissioners. Greetings to you all. I've prepared a presentation. The flip side of of things on me is that I can prepare a speech and I know it word by word, what I've prepared. And I'm grateful today we're having this after Usilo has spoken. I was listening. When the Premier was speaking, I was listening. When KwaZulu-Natal sneezes, the whole country catches cold. It's a fact. And I find it so befitting that by God's grace, the CEO from a distance called me. He was not at work. He said, I want you to go to KwaZulu-Natal and make this presentation. And to me, it's an honor and it's a privilege for the Commission for Gender Equality for us to be here. I sat with the CEO. He called me for something like 15 minutes. He said, you know, we're going to KwaZulu-Natal to make a presentation, but not to go there to say wrong things about men of KwaZulu-Natal, but to talk to KwaZulu-Natal as men of change, as agent of change in an endeavor to overcome the scourge of gender-based violence in our country in order to attain gender equality. As a Commission for Gender Equality, there's a lot that we do. And our issues as a Commission for Gender Equality is that at times, since the dawn of democracy, KwaZulu-Natal, and in December last year you might have seen, there were very horrible stories of a man who killed their partners. One killed the kids, one failed to kill the child in KwaZulu-Natal. And however, those things must be foregrounded in the issues of upbringing and the socialization of a boy child. And when DDG said Patriarchy and Nkosi said Patriarchy, I was looking at them, hence I said, Nkosi has stolen my speech. I said, patriarchal norms, stereotypes, and values at times are not entrenched by men, are entrenched by women. And as men, because we are at the receiving end, we do not know how to respond. Normally, and statistically by Human Rights Research Council in the latest report, it says 7.8% of men in South Africa, they've suffered violence one way or the other. And it's something that we don't talk about it. However, at the Commission, we're not downplaying the scourge of violence against women and children. We are not downplaying the scourge, the 5 million women who are not reporting to SAPS because they might have lost trust, because their cases are stale, and some of them withdraw them. Hence, the Commission for Gender Equality went to Mpumalanga to understand why women who are reporting cases of gender-based violence are withdrawing them in numbers. And we brought together SAPS, we brought together NPA, and other formations to understand what are the issues. One of the root causes is as a boy child is being socialized in a different way. When I go to a kitchen as a boy, my mother is likely to chase me from the kitchen and will call the girl child. And I lose out. I'm also one of the non-beneficiary of the empowerment from my mother. When I went to university, I suffered the consequences of not knowing how to cook, not knowing how to wash and iron, because I was spoiled by my mother. And I felt great when I was at home. But you know, when time went by at university, it caught up with me. Then I realized that my mother did not love me that much. but she created a burden for others to teach me while I was at university. And it's the same thing that is happening. I always ask myself, when a boy child is born, we give him blue clothes. When a girl child is born, we give that child pink clothes. Already we are distinguishing the genders and the characteristics of who are they in society. We are saying the boy child look after the cattle, a girl child go to the kitchen. And that is where we're getting it wrong. Hence, men at times, when they go out there, and I'm a fan of Uzalo. I know what happened on Uzalo. I watched Uzalo even yesterday. When you look at Uzalo and some of the storylines, they try to teach us, let's go of Nkosi Ngubane. Let's go of some of the cultural stereotypes that are there in society, that are making us men violent. Yes, you can do it as a way of trying to preserve your culture. But to find it embedded in your genes and DNA test, umZulu mina, angishabi umuntu. Even my former chairperson, Ushozi, used to tell me that there's no Shangani who has been beaten by Zulu. So you ask yourself that, are we here to fight or are we here to build South Africa together? You understand? Yes. Yeah. Bahamba lapha KwaZulu, they went to Giyani, like Magwala, like Shimani list. So all those things. And I'm glad I'm saying it in front of him so that he understands that his teaching is coming to as a weapon against him now to say those are the things that we must demystify amongst ourselves. Because when they say indoda ikhal, inxeba indoda ihlekwe, all those things, it comes back to haunt us later on to say, if I don't cry when I've gone through a divorce, if I don't cry when my mother or my father has died, who am I? In every man, there's a femininity in them. We have got a small child in all of us. There are some men who even laugh by themselves when they look at their kids. They say, Lo is like mine. But you can't tell the mother that because you are told not to appreciate openly. Those are the stereotypes that are there. Imagine driving N3. I always tell my colleagues, when I drive N3, I will never get a ticket coming to Durban. Because when you talk to a traffic officer with humility and respect, they let you go. However, if you use your toxic masculinity, you use your toxic masculinity against them, you'll get a 5,000 ticket. So those are the things that as men, we must unlearn. The behavior that was wrong. Hence we said, even the United Nations has used South Africa as a benchmark. The 48th conference of the United Nations look at the role of men and boys in the country. We have got something called take a girl child to work. And yet we're doing something wrong as people leaving the boy child behind. We always said leave no one behind. What is it that the boy child has done? 30 years in the advent of democracy. And at times when we demonize a boy child, we forgot that Department of Basic Education and Educations in provinces have got a course, a subject called life orientation, where everybody doing grade 12 has got a distinction called a life orientation. That is where we need to get a boy child and a girl child and make them unlearn some of the cultural stereotypes that they've learned from us as adults. Because some of them, when we talk even LGBTIA plus Q persons, some of us in here, sitting here, we might not believe in them. We might not want to believe that they're there. But that constitutionally, we are not a cultural or religious or traditional constitution. Constitutionally, they're there, their rights are protected as enshrined in the Constitution. So those are some of the things that as men we must look at. Why is KwaZulu-Natal having so many violent incidences? It's not because these men want to do, because they seek help and nobody listens to them. Doors of wanting to be understood and be helped, it has been closed. We need to sit down as traditional leaders. Hence, I love it that Nkosi Ngubane is here, hasn't left. He waited for my presentation. That his voice is power. His voice Agasilo is power. He led the campaign on GBVF last year with the Ministry of Women and others, and the Commission for Gender Equality, bringing stakeholders together today here. We are saying unto you that it is not the fault of your own. We have been called trash as men. We have been called irresponsible. But we mustn't be present, absent fathers. Some of us must be sitting here as men, but we know our kids are going to this school, but we don't know where, in which grade the child is. And we take it as is the duty of the mother to do that. It is wrong as for us men. We need to also partake ourselves. When you go out there, celebrities, when they speak, they hardly speak about their mothers. They speak about two people. They speak about their dad and they speak about their grandparents. You listen to Robert Marawa, you will also say, my dad was there for me. My dad was there for me. So it is incumbent upon us men sitting here. When a boy child says he's going to play football, buy him soccer boots if you can. One day even go to the field and watch. Because you might find your son is the most exceptional footballer, but you have never known, you just had Umakelwani next door. As men, we must be there in the lives of our kids, so that we must owe up to any eventualities that if something goes wrong, you know. Because gone are the days, my father was an educator. May he so rest in peace, he passed away last year. He only hugged me once from a distance when I got my first degree. Hey, chief, well done. That was it. We must show love as men. Telling a fellow man or a boy child, it's not a crime. Because when you tell a child, a boy child, and the child will go to school, will never want to disappoint the father. And you know, there's something which I like about us South Africans, which is the same with Nigerians. When a child does very well, we claim that child as ours, as men. But when a child does something wrong, it's the mother's fault. Yeah, it's umtanako. I wonder even if it's my son. But let that child succeed and have something. Baba, I bought a car. Baba, I bought a house. How? Hey, you come with all stakasel. You see, this is what the commission wants to bring. That joy and laughter, even in the midst of anger, you display it. There's a saying in my language, in Xitsonga, when you are so angry, put water in the mouth. You will never talk, you will never say anything. The problem part with us men, we are not provocateurs of gender-based violence. That is a fact. It has been proven. Ours is that we don't know how to control our anger and how to respond when we are provoked. Even when we are drinking in shebeens, you are being provoked. And you find a man who's married, fighting for a girlfriend, in front of view of people. Yet he says, I'm married, I'm happily married at home. And then you end up killing someone in a shebeen because of life triangle. Why don't you walk away? And you become a bigger man. At home, when you are provoked, why don't you keep quiet? When you are happy, I always scare men in this way, that men, including myself, in totality, we are idiots, including myself. Do you know a woman wakes up 3 times at night and look at you when you are snoring? And they ask themselves, why did I marry this thing? To laugh. And Uses Zanella, when she brought you here, we said, these are men of agent of change. We need also, you know, I heard a man saying, I'm babysitting a child. You can't babysit your own child. You are looking after your own child because the mother is not around. And stay with the child until the mother comes back. And give a detailed information. This is what I've done with my child. This is what I've done with my boy the whole day. And then don't say, no, it's not going to happen again. That child will remember, a child remembers psychologically things which were done for them while they were still young. I remember a lot of things that my father did for me while I was young. He might have done wrong things in life, but I appreciated the upbringing and the fertile ground for me to succeed in life. That is what we must do to a boy child. When you see a boy child displaying and some tendencies, you are able to talk to them. They're able to talk to them. Don't behave like those old men in the olden days, my grandfather and other his grandfathers, when they say they're working in Gauteng, Egoli, or KwaZulu-Natal, eThekwini, when they go home, they will tell Umlungu, I'm going home to see my kids. But when they arrive at home, when that child comes next to them, they chase the very same child. What do you want? And when the child does something wrong at home, they say, Bakufundisa in school. Building a crawl, what has to do with Bakufundisa in school? So those are some of the things as men we must demystify this myth. As men, it's the embedded anger in us. It's hindering us to attain gender equality. We see women wearing trousers. Yes, we must move with times. They do wear trousers. And I understand Nkosi Ngubane and Ubaba Bishop and others, that traditionally you can't go, but you must put something on top of your head as a sign of respect and skirt. But when you meet them, Bakit, somewhere, be merciful and understand times are changing. Because one of the things that, we don't want to accept, and also gender equality must respect cultural and traditional practices. We mustn't brand them as cultural experts and gender activists, say, no, this one it's harmful, this is wrong. We must make them understand why is it wrong? Why is it against gender equality? Because you cannot just go to the radio station. Ask Ubaba Shozi. One time I was on Ukhozi FM with Shangan Zulu. And then Usilo, the late, Ubaba Zwelithini, wafonela Ubaba Shozi. Even the daughters, they said, siyamthanda uJabu Shem. Mara asimfuni lapha ukhosini. You see, he did not use violence. Ubaba Shozi apologized respectfully. So imagine with this power, he could have used violence. We are going to close the Commission for Gender Equality. You should have done, Shozi, where were you? You'd have done something wrong. Violence beget violence. However, when you do things in the right way, there are positive lessons. Most of us men who are here, we are afraid to come out to say, I am for gender equality. Some of you have got girl children only inside the house. I've got friends who have got girl children. I said, this is a big investment because a girl child will never desert you. A boy child is likely to roam the streets. It's likely to live and with the, but also make sure when you have got children, love them equally. Because we must use a human rights approach in order to deal with gender-based violence. Because my rights are my rights. Your rights, everyone has got the right to life. Why do you kill someone? Why do you rape a child? Why do you rape a woman that you claim to love? Because some of the women in marriages are being raped by their partners, not men who are here and not men who are online. But the problem part with the men who are here and men online is that we don't talk to our friends that we know. We have got them on WhatsApp group. Deputy Mayor is not my friend. Deputy Mayor, if she was my friend with says Zanele and the level that she has now, I can't send a WhatsApp emoji or a WhatsApp pornographic material. And because I'm a man, I'm entitled. And I said, look at this, Deputy Mayor. It's a disrespect of the highest order. So if we can also know how to communicate and know our place. Our CEO, Dr. Matotoka, always said, read the room temperature. You will be able to talk. You will be able to say something with sense. And all those things that I'm saying, we must look even at the promotion and the prevention of the Pepuda Act, of Equality Act, and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. What does it say? You look at how you can work closely with the Commission for Gender Equality to reach the boy child. Because at times it's not about money. It is the willingness, DDG, from you politicians. Whether do you want to take this message? Because I'm telling you today, already in Northwest, they've called us to say, why these things is happening in KwaZulu-Natal? I told the producer, I said, KwaZulu-Natal is the leader in many spheres. If in KwaZulu-Natal leads, the rest will follow. Gauteng will follow. Because we are a multinational society in Gauteng. But here, it's one language that dominates. And it's one people who understand the cultural impediment of issues. Why are they in hindrance towards the achievement of gender equality? And hence are we calling you today as men of change. You are a progressive man. Gentlemen, Deputy Mayor and colleagues, looking after children is not the right of a woman. It is the right of all of us. Gender equality, in order to attain it, it is not the role of women alone. Oliver Tambo in 1981, the only president in the African National Congress, not that I'm a politician, but I like the man because he was for gender equality. He said, in order to attain gender equality, you need to bring both men and women then to say together in order to achieve this. Now you have to bring those who are calling themselves non-binary, LGBTIA plus Q% together in order, when Uzalo display umzamo, and then even the other person, they are showing us that, these are human beings also. So as men, we mustn't fight them. We must understand them and so that and respect their rights. When we're sitting here, we must carry a message of hope to the country to say, I am not going to use even cursing words and hurl insults to women. I am not going to talk to my son as if he's an animal. I am talking to my son as a person. Okay. So you understand all those things. That some of these things, when we talk about socialization and the impact, it's all those things. That's why I was reading through my presentation, script by script, and summarize it for you to understand the issues at hand. That gender equality can be attained as long as all of us, we are there. And all of us, we understand why gender-based violence is manifesting. It's manifesting because we don't want to talk about it. We need to be partners with the police. We need to work with social development. We need to have this one to Zela case. Our deputy chairperson has been to KwaZulu-Natal to play the commission has come here to play an oversight role on various police stations and to look at how crowded some of the police stations are and look at some of the systemic issues that remains a barrier. And you find out, should we not do violence in the manner in which it's happening? We are going to be a safer society. It is in our hands to produce a conducive and very forward-looking society. There are a lot of things that we can do. As long as from here on, we take a charter, and I'm glad we're going to go to some of the programs, breakaway groups, and discuss about what role men can play. Like what my presentation has been saying, we have got a bigger role to play as men. We can end gender-based violence. Not that, we'll endeavor to end gender-based violence. We can end the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide as long as we talk about it, as long as we know who we are in our country. And on that note, colleagues, it says in conclusion, a man's character is judged when he does something correctly by himself, when no one is watching. Should you do that? He said, what is it that I'm playing, the role that I'm playing in society in order to achieve gender equality? As a man of change, as a man of hope, as a beacon of change in KwaZulu-Natal, I am definitely for sure that, we'll win this battle. The president, in his first presidential address on Gender Summit, he said it's a pandemic. The president came again and says it's a pandemic. They're establishing the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. There are a lot of forums that are being established. We need to go to Mhlabolingana, we need to go to Manyiseni, Ujozini, and talk to the rural men of KwaZulu-Natal in those areas and say, what is it that we need to do? We need to understand the problem. We need to understand the challenges that the men are faced. We need to have a very determined and deliberate approach. All of us, if we can speak in one voice, I am telling you, we'll win the war against gender-based violence and femicide. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Valoy, for the presentation. Indeed, men can be agents of change towards the attainment of gender equality. I am supposed to be calling Dr. Shozi. Oh, there he is. Dr. Shozi, you are next on the podium. I'm the former chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality and the chairperson of the men's sector. Please come and tell us how we're going to smash the head of patriarchy in KZN. Can we give him a round of applause?
Asibonge. Sanibonani. Niyaphila. I work for University of Technology. My name is Umfana Uzelwe. Umfana Uzelwe ngasho nje basenike nasho. Angibingelele aba isikhathi ngiyabona sedliwe inje. Thabang kunjalo izulu. Ngibingelele usihlalo okhona njengamanje deputy chair of the CGE Suprananitis siyakubingelela. Ngibingelele ukhansela wethu usisi uZandile wakamnyeni walapha eThekwini engikhokha ke nama rates nami khona nje salary yami encane ayitholayo. Ngibingelele kumbuvu Ngcukumani Mafu Tabezitha siyabonga. Nami ugogo wami omunye uyena uMangubane. Sinendlu nje ekushisela impepho ekuthiwa ekaMangubane nakaMancwane. Ngibingelele ku Deputy Director General uyisela umqondisi jikelele lapha KwaZulu-Natal. Umntwana uZulu. Mntwana siyakhuleka. Ngibingelele kuJabu ashaba ngishongo ukuthi ngathi angaze ngibone umZulu ukuthi wakwashawa ishanga lo sasikhulumela nawe sizoba ngasizophuma ke manje sale sabambane eoffice ngakulahla phansi yabo ngathi hayi kuzubona ukuthi lento yenza kwesiqale nawe so la ngempela babekhona babona uCEO wekhona ngakubamba ngakulahla phansi ngathi ubonileke. Ngibingelele ku advocate uRusi indoda ekuyona sibophela abantu abenza ukuganga la ibagwebe siyabonga ukuthi ukhona nawe. Bakwethu very briefly nje ngizosukumisa iPC yethu kakhulukazi top 7 so babukho wa treasurer wePC ukhona babukho umfundisi uphi so uma bakubona umfundisi unesonto elikhulu ngapha ePheshepstein yabona bishop lo yena treasurer we top 7 yethu iPC kuyakhethwa ke la ngakhethwa angiyimele ngakhetha amadodo onke aseKZN. Hayi ukuthi mhlawumbe uthi ngayibeka manje nguche cha bathi hayi bangikhetha ngiyabonga ukuthi ningikhethe. Ubaba uBlose uMichael uBlose uDeputy Chair so kuma baba uBlose bakubona. Asifuni ngicabanga mhlawumbe ukuthi kuneziphoki la yabona. Okay ngihlala eThekwini ke mina ngaphanyiswa yiTheku baphakamisa uBlose noma manje uBlose umakhelwane wami lendwedwe ekhaya awu indwedwe yadla kabili. Ubaba uMondli Mkhize uSecretary wethu ayindoda esebenzayo uyaphanda nje ubuyibona nje uyisebenze kakhulu. Ngiyaqala ukusebenza noma bengiyibhala ama presentation iqala la uyibhalela uyanika ushintshe nje lapha nalapha sabonga khabazeni. Ubaba uMsholozi deputy convener. Sine NEC member ke la eyahamba ekwisane kumkhonto Blos awusokuma emkhonto insizwa yithuthu mhlawumbe niyibone amaqembu ezepolitika avamisa ukuqasha inkampani zakhe ngeyithuthu ubona lapho kodwa ke unational convener la sino uBishop upresident weMen's Forum Bishop usazokhuluma abakubona ubaba uMchunu ubaba kungwebese umqongeba kekho angikubali lokho. I work for the University of Technology called Mangusu University of Technology and there are 2 universities in our midst because whenever we want to do these things I've realized that research is very critical. Angano uhlalo we-gender forum yaseMangusu uthi usekhona udokotela uMvuyane dokotela osoma bakubona kukhona iman of virtue yase-UKZN insizwa abasicela isokome bazibone sokumana insizwa zakithi babone ukuthi nama universities zakhona siyabonga. Quickly bakhona ke ama districts esinawo uMgungundlovu uGuthukela Herigwala Durban Metro iLembe uMzinyathi iZululand neKing Cetshwane uMkhanyathi namajuba bona bangene la kwicomputer siyabonga kakhulu bengenza ukuthi nazi nje ukuthi Zanele nethimba lakho akuzona iphoki. We have a working men's forum so I'm going to move very quickly also yasebenza into yomlungu nayi la ngaphambili The SANEC Men's sector is one of the 18 sectors of the Civil Society Forum under the banner of the South African National AIDS Council. So moba bone parliament kube ngathi afunde usuke ebuka la phansi yabo. Suke ebhalile. Bathi Obama aka speech hayi siphansi lapha. SANEC is chaired by the deputy president, but what is also critical is that SANEC brings together government, civil society, and private sector to create a collective response to HIV and TB and STI in South Africa. Tinaga were under the office of the Premier, Tabezit. We were introduced to the Premier last year, September. So the Premier knows about us, we're elected and we're doing our programs. We also report and give some of the programs. And I was very happy when you mentioned some of the things that we do. So civil society represents the views of civil society sectors in policy deliberation within the SANEC plenary and committees. For example, I chaired three non-governmental organizations. That's why I was elected. So as men's forum and the men's sector, before we were elected, there was a program called Takwane Rime, which is the campaign which was launched by the then deputy president. Smith no Premier, then they explained, but this initiative was followed by creation of the Men Change in partnership with the Department of Social Development, No Excuse campaign, this one that I'm wearing, which is supported by SAP and other notable campaigns, including Brothers for Life. I know there are divisions among the men's sector, which is, can we really support campaigns abaletha utshwala kube kuzwakala ukuthi utshwala ibona obudala ukuthi abantu badlwengule bashaya abantu. A lot of discussions around that, which really we really need to actually support that. There are divisions, but sabona ukuthi ngoba asinamali kwesibabambe kancane sibe sisakhuluma indaba lezo indaba lezo. This initiative was followed by the creation of the Men Change in partnership with the Department of Social Development and so on. So where do we come from? From 2017 to 2018, the men's movement initiated the National Men's Parliament in the province and district have been instrumental in mobilizing men of South Africa. As a result, in 2023, NCOP and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy President of the launched the Takwane Rime campaign. So I'm going to move on to Takwane Rime because we have abandoned that campaign now. We have a new campaign. The new campaign now, we report about that campaign. We elected new structure, and the new structure came up with a new campaign called Better Men for Tomorrow. Better men for today and tomorrow. I always want to say that, so, because maybe tomorrow will never come. So this is the campaign that we are really pushing now. It serves as a reminder that Better Men for Tomorrow is not only about addressing problems, but also about building a foundation for a healthier and more empowered future. So we have our own marketing strategy and around how this Better Men for Tomorrow is supposed to be done. Because why you don't see our branding now? National, they've changed the branding. So they've asked us to say they are busy printing the new branding materials for Better Men for Tomorrow. So that's why we did not put any branding. That's why what you see there. So it's going to come. So we also have what we call South African's Men's Charter. And the Men's Charter sets out the social norms that rules that define acceptable, appropriate actions for men and what we're supposed to do. So, what are the global estimates? We are going to have this presentation, so it's going to be circulated. For example, we have the highest level of violence against women, women, not one woman, but many women in the world. Some estimates are that femicide killing of a woman and children by men and account for her gender is 5 times more than the global rate. So, isn't it? When dabezitha nawe mntwana nawe Nkosi. Uyazi nje ngisakhula ngalusa ke mfula semakhaya. Yabo. Umlethi ihlangu nje la ungaphuma ubuyele eceleni ubone bonke sizonzana njani. So, but these things zazenzeka. Ufike emfuleni nikhulume nobhuti benu baniyale. Those things are not happening. We must really, because ente ngiyibona nje inkinga nje yabo Sepang umfana wasakwazi ukushela It's a simple thing. Sabona ntombi njani ngiyakuthanda. Kodwa kambe ntombi uhlonipha kabani, yabona? Ngiyazi ukuthi khona umbishop la ubaba uDokotela uMkhize nobaba uButhelezi. Kodwa kwenziwa lokho. So those minor things, and I think we must, we call them in research, Ndabezitha Ngcukumani, community resources. You have mentioned, and I think the CG has heard, that there are community resources in our communities. And there is a myriad of those community resources. How do we use those community resources to mobilize, fight against GPV? So, in Amakansel, then how to do that? So I'm happy that we're able to actually leverage and highlight the resources that we have in our communities. And I know Zanele, that is going to assist you on your PhD dissertation as well. Kensenmen sector provincial symposium. I just want to tell you what we have done as men's sector very briefly. When we were elected in Ndabezitha, we had a premier hosted us on the 18th of June last year, 2024. About men attended. So you're telling for Toguti, when we be Zelamatota, Namakos, what are the issues? So the new premier, because we could see 18/06/2024, because he has assisted to deliver some of these things. We had various programs in all districts because in Men's Forum, we have a provincial structure, we have the district structure, and we have local structures. So, we gender champion, Masino Mhlangano PC, adopt as umuntu esokumehlangene samadoda like KZN now in ndaba uphethe gender emakhosini uze ukuthi sithini nawe sikwazi ukushisa sikhuluma. Ngiyacela nje i-team ukuthi sithole number yakhe simfake sikhuluma ngo WhatsApp nani abe khona ezwe naye ukuthi kuthiwa. So there was Uthukela March, you could see there was a National Men's Day against GPV in eThekwini City Hall, Bishop meeting. We had a meeting with the Premier, we were discussing some of these things, raise awareness on GPVF. Now there's a new thing that is coming up now, bahlobo bam. Amadoda ayakhala. Athi, i-GPVF yes, but ngesikhathi yenziwa was only focusing more on women. They don't have a problem with that. But they're asking that let's put the K there. GPVFK, gender-based violence, femicide, and killing, because men are being killed. So that's what men are saying. You know, when you look at, okay, forget about, don't forget, but let's just pack the rape in other states. Just go and look at murder. If you look at murder cases on a quarterly basis, my PhD is on peace and killing. So if you look at murders per quarter, in most cases they range between 6,000 and 7,000 per quarter. Okay, 1,005 women are killed. The remainder, it's men. But we don't talk about the 4,500. We always focus on the 1,500 murders. I'm not saying that we should not, but what I'm saying is we must also go down and understand why these 4,500 people are killing one another, and then they also turn and kill women. It's critical. We must understand the drivers of violence. Let's go deeper. Which uyo researcher to say us to zuthini. So we had one meeting, prepared a meeting, and one of the staff members uthi, "Hi, Pella, we can't allow chauvinistic views. We must allow chauvinistic views so that we understand why they're chauvinistic and able to educate those people that what you are telling us is chauvinistic in this sense. Ungayivale ngakasho ukuthi uthini. Ngoba wayivala izoloku iqhubeka. I'm not saying they are good, Sepang. But what I'm saying, let's hear what, because sometimes these ideas are chauvinistic. We need to educate them, but you know what? Now, in 2025, these ideas are chauvinistic. Address men's sector, so GBVF plus K. So what are we saying about killing? Addressing men's health issues, indaba yake yokugula kwamadoda nanani balekile. SANEC is all about the well-being and health of men. Addressing men's issues in Uthukela and Ladysmith, discussion on men's issues and promoting change. You could really say what is also important is locally, men, they work in their own district and local municipalities. Celebration of International Men's Day on the 20th of November, which is my birthday. Empowerment to take active roles in communities in Uthukela. Promotion of men with development and physical well-being. These are some of the programs that we do. Promotion of men's health check-up sessions. Last year, I sang Shendwete, sawubona immense clinic. Kuthi how men endwete lapha kumasipala. Kune clinic labantu, clinic nje lejwayelekile. But we went there and we saw how men get treated, who treats them, what happens. So there are some of those clinics abakwazi ukusiza amadoda ngezinto eziningi ezihlukene. Raise awareness on HIV and AIDS organized by the Premier. So we were there on the first, we were also assisting men, mobilizing and so on. On the 6th of December, there was a National Men's Parliament, which was in Cape Town. Deputy Chair and myself attended, and we presented the KZN report, and our flights, our tickets, hotels were sponsored by the Office of the Premier. So, siyabonga Premier. January to March report, so it's still cooking. No pala where pala, so many things. Nani get gender commission. You are allowed. If you want our report, you want us to share reports with you, say right. So that we work together. We mobilize one another. I want to pose this research question to all of us. You know what? If we are addressing GBVF, we've made myriad interventions. Despite all these interventions, GBVF is becoming brutal and intrusive. What are we not doing right? We are spending billions. I remember at some point, there's this report from one of the audit companies, which was found wanting at some point, which said that we spend about 50 billion per annum on GPV. What we are not doing right? We can't keep on holding the horse. Let's revisit our own ways of doing things, okay? The other issue as well is there's very minimal spending on the prevention pillar. That's what I've identified. Very minimal spending. We spend more on prosecution and sentencing and protection and all this. Advocate Ruth. And again, I'm not sure whether I'm a feminist, but I call myself a gender practitioner, gender equality practitioner. So the human rights-based approaches and feminist ideas, we must also see where they work for us, where they don't work for us. I think I've mentioned this, but I think the point I'm trying to raise here, we are trying our best, but this thing is escalating. Just because of our because you see, how this has become, ngama 90s, late 90s, sasikhuluma domestic violence. Blah, blah, blah. Between 2000 and 2018, kwaqala manje kwathiwa ushayi uyalinyazwa uyabulawa. Around, I'm just giving you 2018 to 2020, uyashawa uyabulawa uyadlwengulwa ufaka amabhodlela emadlebeni emehlweni yonke le ndawo. Manje sekwenzeka yonke into ongayazi, uyashiswa uyalahlwa kwenzeka yonke. So it's becoming more intrusive, and I think we must be able to check what's the problem. What's the reality? We have in high levels of murder and rape in South Africa. There is xenophobia, homophobia, violence against women, and gender-based violence. We have students who are very violent, political violence, taxi violence, gang violence. There's tender related violences. Now umuntu akufonele nje umusebenza athi uzoyinika ba lo tender. Before i-procurement office. Uyakufonela ngifuna uyinike mina mungafuni kuzobona. Okay, una inkampani. Cha ngisayiregister. Inazo zonke izinto cha. It's we're staying uthi uyafika usayifikele kuthiwa sekufika ushows omusha lapha. Abathi hayi basha bafika bathi hayi we shows njengoba ufika nabanye bafika bahamba yabona. So suyaqala bakusabisa. So there's public violence and men face complex challenges. So this is the scenario. This is in all these types of violence. Women are part of it, but we don't talk about the violence that they experience. All of this. Violence is gendered. Men viewed as perpetrators and women as victims, always. You know? Hey, nibonile lo nsizwa le ekhishwe i-DNA izolo. Nibonile lo nsizwa le. Hey, sayibonga i-DNA wemadoda. Hey bo. Sekuthiwa udlwengula ingane impela wonke umphakathi usuthi hayi ushoza udlwengulile ingane. Hayi bonke impela nabafundisi impela ngisho noma bemingi hayi bona zwele ukuthi udokotela ushoza udlwengula ingane ifika i-DNA ithi cha akuyena. So the power of technology. Encouraging ukusebenziswa kwe-technology. Yabona nanje madoda kuhambe nje igazi lakho lingene kwa-DNA khona ngelilanga ngoba mulapha emshinini noma kuthiwa usekho ihlala ikhona. So the power of technology leya ndoda leya hey ngize ngafonela umfundisi ubuthezi athi athandaza wena umfundisi athandaza amanye amadoda akulesa simo. Okay, when I'm coming to that, we must, Advocate Rusi, emphasize more when people lie about trying defeating the ends of justice. Athi mina ngidlwengulile ngidlwengulanga ngoba mhlamba noma mhlamba ngimnikanga imali ethile. Those people must be punished kakhulu ngoba badala ukuthi abantu abeza neqiniso bangabesathemba. Angikhathathu bani. We must also punish abadlwengula abafana abancane, badlwengula abafana abancane. So bedlungula abanye abafana abancane. Akhulukazi kuvamisile laba afaka ukhololo nakhona kusiweza ama report. So angisho ukuthi sengiyaba sideline. Kubalekile fa sikwazi ukuthi sikwenze lokho. Na amantombazana siyadlwengulana wodwa with the new space. Women should report other women who are raping. Men should report, so we must report. So that what is also problematic is that we don't have enough jurisprudence of women raping other women, men raping other men. So we must be able to ensure that we report those things so that our judges, they understand these issues. Violence is a major topic in clinical health. Most of the combatants in war are men. Hey, Gender Commission. There's this case, I'm not sure it's true. M23 akhulelo. Ngizothola uxoshona wodwa bapha bakhulelisile. If it's the police no okhulelisile naye akangena. I know ukuthi i-army yethu ineya gender commission ngaphakathi. They have their own internal ways of dealing with these things. So issues facing men, poverty affecting men, find ways to empower men. The government is biased towards women. We agree with that because of our historical whatever. But we must also look into the issue of poor men. Poor men. And assist them. Hey, indoda nkosi yami ngabusatshela noma kuthiwa kuzoba khona umsebenzi yabo sekufika abantu neinkomo neimbuzi sekuzohlatshwa kodwa uyedwa umnomzana wale ekhaya. How you not sithi athi ngani hayi wena avela usebenza unamali umsebenzi wakho uzoshisa impepho. So we must look into the issue of poor men. More women than men then are graduating at tertiary institutions. There's a new trend now. More than, I'm not saying that is bad, but bashona happy labafana. Okay? We understand, chairperson of the CGE, that more men are graduating in hard sciences than women. We must also deal with that. Men should be encouraged to take post, you know. Hey, there's this matter of LGBTIQ plus, ndabizit. Ukuthi nebukhosini ndila kanjani naye, upho Ngcukumane. So, how do we deal with some of these issues? We must have spaces. Ngike ngaya gender commission sa debate 3 hours abakaza ngamba ngo6 sinozanele debate about all these matters namanye ama colleagues. Let people understand some of these things. I remember when I was still working for CGE, sasine workshop le enkosini yakagcumisa imaphi le kaSwayimani. Yasukuma ngaleso sikhathi kudala nje yathi lapha le ndaweni yami akekho umuntu onalento ethi LGBTIQ. Yavela soko umuntu athi hani mandaba ezitha ngina futhi ngiqomile khona ngibinqomile sithana nahlana ekhaya esifana ubulili bethu. So these things zikhona nasemphakathini yethu ukuthi nje let's open up spaces and talk about them. Men's issues or prostate cancer, HIV, drugs and abuse. Sex work and its complexes. Sekunamadoda akadayisa umzimba nawa abiza abantu besifazane kuthengwe kubona. Izinto ezintsha lezo ndaba ezitha. Ngiyazi ukuthi ungangiceba esilweni ukuthi ngikhuluma izinto ezintsha kodwa kona kunjalo. How to deal with these things? There's an approach that is being advocated now. It's called UTTG ukhulume toxic masculinities. So there is an approach called peaceful masculinities, which questions men as susceptible of violence as part of their masculinity and seeks to dissociate violence from understanding of manhood or masculinity. So this is an approach that is actually promoting peaceful masculinities and ensuring that we are not saying masculinity should not be there, but they should be peaceful, you know, and assist everyone. Nginentombazane nje inomfana kuthi igama lakho konke usethe uba mdadla manje ihlala naye ngithi ayingeke ngizobe ilanda ngoJune izogcina yazi ukuthi yazi indlela ophila ngayo nawe igcina isifana nawe. So all those things are so critical. Labo wena ngibambe ngosohlaba imbuzi lapha ekhaya ngimfake inkomeni alusi angazi makusay right in this space. This approach bolstered the potential for men to champion peaceful masculinity and gender equality. Nokunale GPV National Strategic Plan inalama pillars siyawazi wonke lama pillars. Pillar 1, accountability and coordination and leadership. We want men to be involved in that. Prevention, rebuilding of social cohesion is also critical. Issues of justice. So siyawazi ama pillars, response and care and support. We are all lacking here. Men and women, I don't think we have enough support for men who are abused and for women who are abused. One of the studies that I found is in most cases, our communities should play a role in supporting and caring for people who have been abused, and then we are able to refer them. But I think in terms of Pillar 4, we still need a lot of work to deal with Pillar 4. The issue of Pillar 5 as well is also critical about issues of economic power. Pillar 6, which is research and information management systems, let's use academic institutions and their research to deal with some of these things. And the issue of the NSP on HIV, TB, and STIs. Amadoda alithanda kocansi indaba ezethu. Ngisetsho nje akwekuvuleke imizi ebusuku namahotela. Uyazi ngaye ngathi komunye ukuhambe nje ungabona. Ukuhambe nje kula mahotela khona lawa angabizi kakhulu. Uhlale nje from 9 o'clock uthathe i-register. You will see how many men and women go in those hotels. Then you will understand the problem that you are facing as a country. So la wathi umfowethu womndiya umngani wami sex makes money, food makes money. There are two things that will make you rich in South Africa: is sex and food. So ne hotela ke lawana lawa engikhuluma ngawo. So that's okay nezinye ke izinto, but then those things they lead us to issues of STIs, izifeying appeal and so on, and those are the things. So this thina ke see men's sector okukhulu kakhulu esakhelwe kona ukuthi sidile ngezifo nezinto ezithinta amadoda bese siyifaka ne-GBV as one of the pandemics. Ngibona ukuthi angibaleke nje ngiye kwi-scope ukuphela ngoba isikhathi sesibalekile. So just the scope. The scope is just to say what you want to do as what we're supposed to do as the men's forum, what you want to do as the men's sector. So this is the scope. But one of the critical things is Bahlonishwa, to build strategic partnerships, alliances with different stakeholders and development agencies on issues as GBVF, social cohesion and crime, substance abuse and men's sector. So you're telling me CGE, no officer got pre, and now in Kamastas, we're seeing another conference, kube khona amaphepha, kuzo present, engage. See, start from grassroots. What are the issues and so on? So we would really like that. I think this is the scope about issues of coordination, men's program standardization and coordination. So, yeah, these are the deliverables. Not in my name, pledge. There's some of the things that we do, and we want to make sure that we deal with them. We pledge to support to women and children who have suffered abuse. I want to read this as the men's sector, and to support programs that seeks to create safer and healthier communities by addressing GBVF+K, drug, alcohol abuse, HIV and TB in our communities, workplaces and areas of influence, to play an active role in reading the society of harmful practices such as forced marriages, trafficking of women and children. Open the visit. To foster a culture of respect for women, persons with disabilities, children, other men, be role models to young boys in our communities. So we also pledge to use our networks to engage our friends, colleagues, relatives, encouraging them to actively take a stand against violence and the abuse of women and children. To support women in our society, in our country, and actively participate and support their initiatives to address issues of violence and abuse. Lastly, as South African men, we want to express our collective condemnation of these acts of violence perpetrated in our backyards, in our communities, in our beloved country, and send our deepest condolences to those who have lost loved ones in the hands of criminals, and pledge that no women, no children shall be harmed in our name, not in our name. So that's our declaration, and as men of SA today, we acknowledge the damage caused by acts of violence committed by some men in our communities, affirming that violence against women and children constitutes a violation of the rights and fundamental freedoms of women and children enshrined in our constitution. So that's where we had a men's parliament in Limpopo. I didn't see you. Were you there? So you could see some of the pictures, yeah, although the photographer is not a professional one, but it's fine. Yeah, you could see how big am I there, what our secretary, you know, and then our Senate leadership was there. You could see that's the hotel, Shemasna Maliti, Yabona, TTG, because I'm still in the lodge, Yabona Wutai, Kotakwasala, Kulungi. Yeah, I think this is the SANEC issues, and I thank you very much, and Sibonge, we CGE, Sibonge, women's sector, Sibonge, with all the partners and the sector, Sibonge, Gumaspala, Sibonge, Gundunankulu, with the support that you are really getting. We can end GPVF in this country if we are united and working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shozi, for the presentation. Colleagues, we have been sitting for quite some time. We need to take a break, and we will take a 10-minute break just for you to do a body stretch, grab some tea, and then we come back so that we can hear the final presentations before the breakaway sessions. There is a phone that is missing. If you see a phone that is lingering somewhere, please give it to the hotel staff. There's a phone that is missing. So we'll break for a 10-minute break. Please, I request that after 10 minutes we come back refreshed so that we can hear other presentations before we go to breakaway sessions. Thank you so much. 1, 2. Welcome back. Can we all settle down, please? Those who are outside, please come back in so that we can move to the next presentation before our breakaway sessions. Please let's remember to use the other 2 doors at the back so that we don't disturb the flow of communication. I'm going to request the next speaker. Okay, let's wait just a bit for people to come in. Go that way. Are you the one speaking? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to welcome Advocate Rusi from the NPA to come and give us the next presentation. Can we give him a round of applause, please? And is your presentation going to be loaded here? Okay. All right. I request that the media team assist us in loading the presentation here. The media team. Yes. Okay, they look busy, so I'm thinking they are loading it.
Oh, okay, I can keep on talking in the meantime. Good day, everyone. Yeah, I am going to mix when I'm talking. My name is Mzokolo. My surname is Rus, but I just accepted then when people are calling me Rus. Yeah. You know, okay, all protocols are observed for the sake of time. Yeah, I'm from the NPA, National Prosecuting Authority. Within NPA, we've got a unit which is called SOCA unit, which is Sexual Offenses and Community Affairs. Yeah, at some point in time, we just realized that we just wait for cases to come to court and we deal with those cases and we don't go to the community. Then we have to go to the community and we need to know what is happening in the community. You know, people, when they talk of social context, you can't decide on cases of this area if you don't know the social context of that area. How are these people in this area are living? What is it that depend on? You know, you have to be part of the people so that you know how these people are living. Yeah, so a SOCA unit was established based on that. We established Tutuzela care centers within this province. I would say it's 8.5 of those Tutuzela that we have, because the 9th one will be the Jozini Tutuzela. But the Jozini's Tutuzela is not fully operational. We have staff that is working. We have leased certain rooms within Utoboti Clinic, and we're given land to build. That is where the SPA group is coming in to build the Tutuzela care centers. I'm not sure. I wanted to show you something about these Tutuzela care centers and their stats. But then our mandate then is to deal with all these cases of gender-based violence, sexual offenses, domestic violence, human trafficking, child justice, Children's Act, all the issues around Children's Act, maintenance, all. Yeah. But the dominating part in our mandate, it will always be on sexual offenses. Then I will speak of sexual offenses relating to our province, the experiences that we came across with in our province. Yeah. To start with, if we look at the what do you call, the consenting age. The consenting age of any sexual activity is 16 years. Okay, let me just go back here. If you look at these Tutuzela care centers, all 8 of them, that is April, May, June. And then if you can look at these ones that are central to eThekwini, which is Umlazi, Phoenix, Africa. If you look at these ones, you see Africa 108. If you look at, you look at this one, RK Khan, that was April 108, May 100, June 100. Those are the cases, rape cases, they receive on monthly basis. And if you look at Phoenix, it's 110, I think 131, 120 on monthly basis. Yeah. Then this is Umlazi, 94, 112, 77. Yeah, but I think somewhere in Umlazi in December we had 150 something cases. Yeah, on monthly basis. This is how bad it is in our province when we talk of these sexual offenses. Yeah, then there is Ngwelezane and all others. But this is a quarterly stats, if you see, this is quarterly stats. For the province, these are only 9 Tutuzela care centers, only 9. But on quarterly basis, 1,945 rape cases. On quarter, in 3 months. So, okay, let me just use this one then. Yeah, so this is a challenge that we are facing in the province. So, as we are this men's forum, the challenges that we are facing, more especially when it comes to issues of consenting, that affects a lot of our boys and young boys. What is the required age when someone have to consent at home? At what age? Is 16. Yeah, 16. Below 16, I cannot come. I will never get into any sexual activity. Then what is the required age for one to get married? 18, eh? Yeah, it's 18. If you look at the recognition of the customary law, it says it's 18. Children's Act is 18. So if you are just below 18 years, you cannot get married. You cannot get married. So then we have got so many issues when it comes to consenting. Can I use this one now? We've got so many issues when it comes to consenting. And now there are new developments when it comes to consenting. It says when someone consents to any sexual activity, it must be free and voluntarily. It must be free and voluntarily. Yeah? Yeah. All of that. One cannot consent if this one has been put under pressure or is under duress. You cannot consent someone if you're using your power. We've got so many cases, the boss want to sleep with you so that you get a job. It happens, or you want to get a promotion. You take advantage of our people because of their situation. They are unemployed. You have seen the case somewhere in Eastern Cape. There was a case of the DG of the Public Works. Also, yeah, he has been charged for rape concerning with that, using your power to sleep with the subordinates. Yeah. So now I want to touch in this new case. There's a case of Uxoko. But before Diego, kunezinye developments ezikhona ikhona into ekuthiwa still thing, whereby you agreed uba nizolala have sexual intercourse using a condom. But in that process of I copy condom, you pull off the condom. Yeah, that is rape. Even though benivumelene ukuthi nizolala using a condom, by you pulling out a condom, that is rape. Because the terms and conditions, basically, yeah. So then we've got this other thing. You're not into a still thing. Ibafake engxakini kakhulu abafana. Kakhulu. They've been arrested and convicted kakhulu. Ngalonto. Then sibe nalena ye extortion. And then other people, they call it sextortion. Because you go to a tavern, uwine intombi khona, you take a girl home from tavern. Kusasa, umnikeze 20 rand, agibele itaxi, ayibuki 20 rand yena athi ayile izonibeka police station. Ndifuna 10,000. Yeah, that's extortion. It's happening. And then if ever I'll now 20,000, then what happens? Then she'll open a case of rape. She'll open a case of rape. So many of the youngsters are caught up in that. And then to prove yourself innocent in that, it will take ages. You have to hire lawyers, you have to do this. But Tina, we have your DNA inside this woman. So yeah, it's a thing that is happening. So going back to this case, Katok, when consent becomes a very issue, this guy was dating this woman. Bavumelana ukuthi ayisihamba we are going home, and then, but we are not going to do anything when he got home. We are not going to do anything. They get home, get into bed, balala, and then they bakulula naked, totally naked. Then they romance each other and all the stuff, get into oral sex and all the stuff. But from oral sex, this guy penetrated the woman vaginally using his penis. Then the woman, the following day, went to open a case that, yeah, I was kissing you back. But that to kiss and kiss and kiss and kiss back, it doesn't mean that I'm consenting to. No, you go and read this state versus talk. I know in the country it was like the guy was convicted in the regional court in Grahamstown. Then he went on appeal. On appeal, he was acquitted by the acting judge then, Tembela Ngugaitori. And then it went to Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein. They said, no, this is rape. The woman never consented to penetration. Yeah, so we have to look at that. That's why I said that I must mention this one. We have to look at it because many people will fall into that. We will fall into that. Okay. Yeah. One of other things that here in the province we are facing challenges that we are facing. Most of these victims which are here are children. When I went to Umtuba, that area, that cluster of Umtuba, I even told the police that your cases are easy to investigate because 90% of those cases are children. And that 90% is pregnant. And ingaba pregnant, the likelihood is that suspect to like again. They are being pregnanted by their fathers. Uncle. I had one that she was pregnanted by the grandfather who was 72. And then when this child gave birth, she never even wanted to look at this newborn. They have to take the newborn to another place. So you can see that this newborn is born a victim. Yeah, is born a victim. Those are the cases going down. We are Bazwana Manguzi, and all the stuff. There are challenges that we need to talk about as men there. There are challenges. We had a case, this guy was raping a child in this forest in the bush. But lucky enough, there were guys who were passing by. They chased him. He ran away. Okay, let's just leave this one. Let's take that child home because the child has been raped. The guy who was chased ran away. It was Pa Mkhuze. Ran away and crossed the road. When he crossed the road, he met another woman who was working KwaShembe, and he grabbed that woman. And then I asked him, is it possible that you've been chased at that site for rape, you crossed the road, and then you crossed the road, and then I asked this other police, what is it that is happening here? Azoti, no, there is this, I think, khona into egayayo butywala. Obugayayo khona ubutywala bo. Ebenza indoda ibe nomdlandla kakhulu. Engakwazi uzibamba. Those are the things that kufuneka sinyani and then sizikhulumile la emphakathini. Ukuba ingozi kanjalo ayeko okanye makwehliselwe ke ilantuka zakhona. Ingredients zakhona ngoba ingozi masekunjalo. Then even that side, the challenge of raping ingane ekhaya. We had a case, I think, Dr. Shows, I did explain to you that one. Ubaba was raping ingane zakhe zoyi-3, was mithiza zoyi-3. Enye ingane yayi mental and physical disabled. Yateta la ekhaya. Yashona lo ngane wayithethe. After 4 months. Thina sizoyiva after 5 years ukuthi kwenzeka into enjalo. Sizoyiva ngose umkhulu lona arape umzukulwana wakhe. Kanti lo mzukulwana wakhe amrapeayo yingane yakhe because bemithisa indodakazi yakhe. Yebo. So sizoyazi kanjalo ngoba othisha esikolweni babone umzukulu lo ehamba ngendlela efani bambuza washo wathi umkhulu wenze lento. Masibuza kuma ngubani ubaba kwalomkhulu akamsho kahle. Sasenze DNA yakhomba bonke nje bahlanganisa nobaba. So kuzovela lento ukuthi ikhona nengane ela egcekeni engahambiyo mari yaba pregnant then yashona. We have to do an application and exhume the body. Say tester. Yamlink umkhulu uba ingane yakhe. So a teenage pregnancy that side, ayenziwa as strangers. Ininzi teenage pregnancy yenziwa egcekeni. And once ingane yaba pregnant, bayayithatha bayayikhupha esikolweni. Iyohlala ekhaya. Kwenzela ingaziwa ngumphakathi. Mayisayithatha ungekho bantu la endlini. Because sisanayo lo case le yathetha ingane yathetha ngekho bantu endlini. Yathetha kanti izawuthetha amawele. Lashona elinye iwele. Wafunyanwa yena efeyintile pha. So those are the dangers, in so much that we had an agreement with the Department of Education that i-roster yabantwana mabayicheck ukuthi umntana engasezi esikolweni, there must be an investigation ekhona ukuthi why lo mntana engasezi esikolweni. Yeah, because now indaba yoba ufihliwe ekhaya akafuna wazi ukuba upregnant. Then kubekho this harmful traditional practices. Harmful traditional practices ngizoyeka indaba ukuthwala siyayazi. Ubuthwala no sokuhamba kanjani ngoku. I had a training Mkhuze nenkosi that side. After we got a research about the harmful traditional practices. After Sensei training, then I was facilitating the training, and then I asked them, lay practice, of which no one was comfortable to talk about it. Ukuba once umntu wathetha ingane, ezinye ingane zithi masezizalwa zizalwe seziphuma izinyo kancane la. Yeah, ukuthi kwenziwani ngaloo ngane. Or izalwe senoboya, igcwele uboya, kwenziwani ngaloo ngane. Uyayithetha esibhedlela goduke nayo, kufika ekhaya kuba ne-family meeting. Kule family meeting kuzobe kwi-date iyabulawa ingane. And then bamshisa, they burn the child, bathathe uthuthu layo, uthuthu le, bayifake kwijagi namanzi, anikeze umama isele to cleanse herself. Yeah. Those are those kind of practices ezenzekayo khona. Yeah, but we don't talk about ezo zinto zinjalo. Yeah, but why? But that masendiyitsho khona pha bayiconfirm. Kodwa babe sithi yayikade isenzeka. Ngiyayazi abakekho ozothi iyenzeka. Kodwa it's something that is happening. Yeah. So we've got those kind of harmful traditional practices ezenzekayo. We've got this ukhona the other speaker here besikhulume ngento ze virginity testing. If you look at the Children's Act and you look at to section 12 wakhona, yeah, uyatsho uthi ingane engaphansi kwe age of 16 years you cannot force that child to go for virginity. But our challenge, Tina, in our courts, during that time when we had, before we were emhlangeni ne, kusatestwa ingane, kusatestwa wonke umuntu. Istats sethu se rape siyenyuka. That time, because the virginity testing, that season yayo. Istats siyenyuka. Siyenyuka ngoba nithe manisani testa lengane nafumanisa ba akaseyi virgin. Then you demand the answers. Kulengane ukuthi awuseyo virgin kwenzekeni. Then ingane izokunikeza the answer ezokwenza ube satisfied now. Engazublame yena. Athi ngarecho. Kodwa asambe sovula icase. Fumanisa kuvula icase omnye uthi warecho kodwa fumanisa uthi hayi lo muntu othi wamrape una 5 years engazange wabuya kodwa lengane ibitestiwe le last year ibe right. So uthatha blame uyifaka lapha. Athi hayi ndarecho. So we have to look at those cases. But one other thing esingayibukiyo eyingozi ziyalimala izingane. Ziyayazi ingane ukuba ziyatestwa vaginal. Ezingane sexually active. So what they do anal sex ngoba ayitestwa yona. Ziyayazi they do anal sex ngoba akutestwa pha, kutestwa vaginal. So ziyalimala. Uzoyibona ingane yakho uba ibingekho HIV positive. Iyatestwa isay virgin. But now HIV positive. Kwenzeke kanjani? Anally they are so active. Okay, then kubekho this you know this amendment sinayo ku domestic violence kune part khuluma nge spiritual abuse. Spiritual abuse siyenzeka kakhulu emasontweni. Kubekho isitulo pha kuthiwe ingane ezingesana bazali azizohlala la zibuye zithathwe ziadoptwe kanjalo ngomuntu. Bazi adopt abantu kanti bayahamba bayoze abuse. Dr. Shozi ukhumbula saya eNdwedwe maphumulo. Kwamaphumulo ndake ndahamba naye siyolanda ingane pha akwakwenzeka into enjalo kuyo esontweni sayikhupha khona sayolanda ziyenzeka kakhulu ezo zinto. The spiritual abuse if yasibona even nakula case ka Omotoso when he said if you don't want to have sexual intercourse with me God will be angry. Yeah, so abantu bayabelieve kakhulu kusonto no God. basaba uGod more than uMothosa. So they submitted themselves to uMothosa just because they fear God. That manipulate umuntu ngokuspirit sakhe. So indaba spiritual abuse goes even in our customary practices. Naba bamba bayo consult kwizangoma. Sithi sangoma ayike nakumuthi. Lo muthi lona uzothi mawusebenzisa ke funeka ufake ngaphakathi vaginally but ufuneka ufakwe ngepenis ungafakwa ngesandla. And uyassesse wayibona yonke imeko yakho uthi nje bulana nje uhusband wakho akayazi bula. Uthi wena hayi ngizoyenza kanjani lo muntu ngoba uhusband akayazi bangila athi hayi no ndingakusiza. Yabona uyenza as if uthini ukwenzela ifavor. Athi ndingakusiza then akurape. Then akurape in that instance. Okay. Okay. We did mention in the lab. Yeah, lab usayifuna in the province. Lab usayifuna cases that are struggling in court to move because of DNA is at all. But what is good now is that we've got that DNA database. A DNA database, if you are arrested, no matter who are arrested for drunk and driving or theft or what, they take samples up go, sigcino ku database. So that once we are raper on yumntu ngapha ya kwathathwa i-DNA kulamntu ifakwa ku database ikuzawuvela ikhombe there and then uthi hayi ngubani lo suspect. Yeah, so now that is why in the province we are having lately so much of serial rapist. Bezingatholakala as a serial rapist at all. So now says ibanjwa i-DNA database. Okay, then we have a project Ndabezitha. A project Ndabezitha, a project esinayo to train inkosi on the issues of gender-based violence. Sasiqalile ndoba ndithi ndandise eMkhuze ngiyotrain inkosi ngaya eShowe ngiyotrain inkosi and I've been all around to train them. The last one benke ndaya khona bokuseSidenga. Yabona ke sokune issues ngokuba abalithandi ncam eligama lika project Ndabezitha. But not zonke inkosi ngoNdabezitha. Well ke sake siyibona ukuthi siyitshintsha kanjani. We've got that project Ndabezitha where we train inkosi more especially even when these traditional courts are running. This, so that they would know which cases they must do, which cases they cannot entertain. Then we've got this issue of HIV. Kukhona elementhi khona that if you are HIV positive and you sleep with someone or a virgin, then you cure yourself. And it's happening. Then to us, general, if you are HIV positive, uqonye nje kahle, uhambe uyolala naye lo sisi. Ungakhange udisclose status sakho kuye. That is rape. That is that is rape. In that case, we charge you for rape. If you didn't even use the protection, we charge you for attempted murder. Yeah, we charge you for rape and we charge you for attempted murder. Whereby usazi status sakho and ungasi-disclose. Ngcono usi-disclose status sakho. Awazi ukuthi uzawuvuma okanye akazovuma na. But once I was disclosed status sakho, there's a challenge. That is why we need to go out there in our communities and speak to the boys. Yeah, because we ended up charging them. Yeah, we ended up charging them. And then now, in this development, zomthetho zitsho ukuthi ma uso arrestiwe for rape ucomplainant lo unayo right ayicela ukuthi mayotestwa even for HIV. I-right yakhe complainant athi perpetrator makatestwe. Then should we after sikutestile safumanisa uba u-HIV positive and you knew about your HIV positive, sizokucharge for a rape and sizokucharge for attempted murder. What other things? Okay. Okokugcina, kukho this thing here. Uyabona, there are sex workers out there, and you see that we don't arrest sex workers anymore. But what we do, we arrest people who are going there to buy sex workers. Yeah, we are arresting those people. Kukho lento ye human trafficking. In human trafficking, you find that most of those sex workers who are there by the road are not there by choice. They are forced to be there. There is someone there, or a manager yabo ohleli emotweni sami obakatileyo. Uyambona mayithathiwe ngemoto wahamba. Uyatheka uthi ake ube neclient lo nalo ube neclient. So to stop landlord, we have to arrest laba baya khona. Then kukubekho in one of the sections upper ku the Sexual Offences Act, the one at when you involve yourself in the sexual exploitation of the child, then you involve yourself in sexual exploitation of the child. Nehlala phaya nenza amalobola engane niyazi ingane uba is below the age of 18 years. So you involve yourself in the sexual exploitation of that child. Once we receive ilobola, inkomo nendon, then sizawucharge more for benefiting out of the sexual exploitation of lo ngane leyo. Hayi ngicela ukuma la ngoba ngiyabona ngathi abantu ngokusebenzisa one more. Yeah, okay.
I think Advocate Khusi has scared the life out of us with the information that he has given us. Shocking statistics from the rapes, shocking practices, shocking everything. Okay, we have to move swiftly, colleagues. We will not be able to take reflections and comments in this session for now. We request in the interest of time that we ventilate the issues that were raised here in our breakaway sessions. Because as you were listening to Advocate, I think he touched on all the 3 topics that we're going to address in the breakaway session. The first topic will be understanding the role of masculinity teachings concerning South Africa, GBVF crisis and so forth. He's already touched on that. The second will be barriers men face in speaking up about their rights, well-being, experiences of violence. He's already addressed that in issues of false accusations of rape and all that. So we need to ventilate those issues in our groups. The third group being men as allies in addressing GBVF in KwaZulu-Natal. He's already given us enough nuggets to deal with. So I'm going to request that when we came back from the break, people were given love letters. You were given small love letters. They're either written group B or C, or it's A or B. It's written group A or B. So if you have not received a love letter, you will remain in this hall. If you have not received any note saying that you're group A or B, you will remain here. If you've received a note saying you are group A, you will move out of this room, and then when you get out, just across the restrooms, there is a room called Umdloti room. You will be in that breakaway. And if you are given a note that says you are group B, You will go straight to the restaurant. When you're at the restaurant, you will see glass doors. They're black tinted. That is where the breakaway for group 3. Sorry? Sorry, it's group what? Oh, it's written 1, 2, and 3. Wabona Zanele, you're misleading me. Apologies about that. Tracy will clear the confusion. Apologies for that.
Hi, everyone. So the only people that got group numbers are people that are going to group 2 and 3. Everyone that doesn't have a piece of paper will be staying in the room. Yes, thank you. I think that's what you said. Yeah.
Is it clear? No. So what is it that is written on the notes that you received? So there's group 1, 2, and 3. Okay, let's do like this. Group 1 will remain here. Group 2 will be in Umhloti. Group 3 will be in the kitchen where there are glass tinted doors. Restaurant, but you pass through the kitchen. Restaurant, sorry, restaurant. When I'm thinking food, I'm thinking kitchen. Restaurant, there's black glass tinted doors. That's where the room is.
So I would like to request that people don't look at the numbers on the side. If your paper is written group 2, you go into group 2. If it's written group 3, you go into group 3. Don't look at the numbers on the side of the paper before group. Yes, those numbers were helping us control how many people are going into the room. But you are looking at group 2 or group 3, what's written on the paper. Thanks.
Stand here because you're the cause of this confusion. Is it clear? Okay, so I request that we move now. We will have our lunch at 2 o'clock, so we have an hour to discuss and come up with resolutions. Can we start moving, please? We'll have our lunch from 2 until 2:30. 2:30, we are back here for report backs. No. Yes, we're going to have our discussions from now until 2 o'clock. And then from 2 o'clock, we will have our lunch until 2:30. Then we come back here for the last session of the day. Is it clear, colleagues? Discussions from now until 2 o'clock. We are in the different rooms conversing. From 2 o'clock, the facilitators must stop so that they can allow participants to have lunch. 2:30, we come back here to finalize our program, and then we are done for the day. Can we please move so that we can have enough time? It's 5:55 now. And then Tracy and Mihle will direct colleagues to the different rooms. So in here, we'll be addressing masculinities in this room. Group 2, it's barriers, and then group 3, in the restaurant, it's men as allies in addressing GBV. Can we please move, those who are not remaining in this room, can we please move so that we can have our discussions quickly? Let's move so that we don't also disturb the ones who are remaining in the hall. you leaving us? Yo, oh, okay. But the number is going down here. What happened? What happened? That's why I'm asking here, why is... Not on this one. Yeah. Oh my goodness. No, I'm just observing that it's on here. Thanks, God. Thanks. There's the rose there. You're observing that it's on there. Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to this session. We are Group 1. Yeah, we are Group 1. Yeah, we are Group 1. Group 1 is dealing with understanding the role of masculinity, teachings concerning South Africa's GBVF crisis. That is the topic for this group. And it's here given as, written as Group 1. So you are all welcome. And we hope that they will also bring those who have left us because of their interest. Bagithi siyabonga kakhulu and our scribe ngiyathanda ukumamukela usiwakhile Mapholoba. He's sitting there, seated there. Siyabonga kakhulu. Uyena ozosisiza. Mine, okay, I'm Peggy Buthelezi. I am a church leader. I'm also the chairperson of the Civil Society Unmuted Coalition in KwaZulu-Natal. It's a new coalition that has come or has been formed after Sangoko's not doing well. And then there's a new one that has been facilitated and coordinated by Kagiso Trust, trying to revive the voice of the civil society. I'm also the board member of KwaZulu-Natal Christian Council, which has got a footprint in all 11 districts of KwaZulu-Natal. So thank you very much to the CGE for inviting me to facilitate this program. I'm not the guest speaker, but I'll just highlight a few things so that we can have a discussion. So my input on this topic, understanding the role of masculinity teachings concerning the South Africa's GBVF crisis. I said South Africa is facing crisis of gender-based violence and femicide with an alarming rate of violence against women and children. The latest rate of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa is alarming according to the South African government's recent report. We remember that the president highlighted it as the second pandemic in the country, the issue of GBVF. Masculinity teachings and social expectations of masculinity play a significant role in perpetuating this crisis. In this discussion, we will explore the connection between masculinity teachings and GBVF in South Africa. Let us look at the problem of toxic
masculinity. Toxic masculinity refers to the social expectation and norms that emphasizes aggression, dominance, and control as essential masculine qualities. These expectations can lead to the suppression of emotions, empathy, and vulnerability, creating a culture of violence and aggression. Masculinity teachings in South Africa. In South Africa, traditional masculinity teachings are often emphasized. Number one, at a patriarchal level or authority. It's where men are expected to be dominant figures in families and communities. They are also emphasized as aggression and violence. Men are socialized to be strong. We all know that. When other people face problems, but I call. Other speakers have alluded to that point. Men are socialized to be strong, aggressive, and willing to use violence to resolve conflicts. Most of the time, when I came to this point, I remember even when we grew up, you come back crying, ukuthi sibanibani ungishayile. Kuthiwa how when ubelethe ingane yini. Ubuyela laphana sekumnyama amehlo uthi hayi futhi kufanele kuvele kulandwe isidumbu soyedwa phakathi kwethu. So lento we did not know ukuthi babefaka kwakungena lento yokuthi singa resolve ama conflict ngokuxoxa but ngeviolence. Number 3, the emotional suppression. Men are discouraged from expressing emotions, leading to a lack of emotional intelligence and empathy. Let us look a little bit on religious circles, because we cannot run away from the point that many people, they are part of a certain setup that is spiritual. It could be a temple, a mosque, a church, and they belong to different religious bodies or religions. So there is this hunger from each and every person to be spiritually connected. When things are not working for us, we look for spiritual solution. But now what we are discovering is that intentionally or unintentionally, these places of worship, sometimes the messages that are given, they are promoting male dominance. Certain interpretation of religious texts, if I may quote, is the Bible. They reinforce patriarchal attitudes, leading to the oppression of women and the marginalized groups. Number 2, the stigmatization, non-normative identities, religious teachings that condemn non-heterosexual orientation and gender non-conformity contribute to the culture of violence and discrimination. I think this one is also clear from all of us. Ukuthi abantu abazideclare ngokuhlukile kulokhu esikujwayele imvamisa eindaweni zokukhonza noma eindaweni zezenkolo kuyinto impela ma ingavela singabona neviolence singakazibona. Kodwa okunye okwenzakalayo beside i-violence physical ile ehambisana neintshumayelo nama teachings anikezwayo. Ngicela sifuthi ke ningizwe kahle la. I'm not promoting and condoning anything, but what is important ukuthi we cannot in the name of any religion promote violence against any other group. Because ngelinye ilanga ngeke kube abantu bobulili obufanayo mhlamba abazwanayo. Ngelinye ilanga sizokwenza kwezinye inhlanga mhlambe ezingafani nathi. Njoba sazi ukuthi sizinhlanga ezehlukeneyo. So lezi zinto ziqala zincane kodwa zigcine sezinkulu seziya nakwamanye amazinga. So ingakho ngikubekile la ukuthi ke enye imfundiso lena very strong engasho futhi ukuthi naseyindaweni naseyinkundleni kuma traditional authorities ezinye zezinto okufanele sazi ukuthi ke nakhona izinkulumo ezinikezwayo ziyakhuthaza kakhulu ukuthi umuntu oluhlobo oluhlukile kithi sigcine simbuka njengesitha. Number 3, encouraging victim blaming. Some religious leaders and communities shift the blame from perpetrators to victims, perpetuating a culture of silence and impunity. Sithi ke lana ke isikhathi esiningi uma ngabe umuntu ethi sengihlukumezeke ngokuthi isikhathi esiningi kuthiwa wena ubuwenzeni singakahlali phansi sinikeze mhlambe amazwi okumqinisa nokumduduza so that sizokuzwa istory ukuthi sithini sesisonke. So ke ikhona lento kwesinye isikhathi uthola ukuthi mhlambe it's a rape case and then umbuzo uthi awu ubuhamba ngasikhathi sini wena as if khona isikhathi esivumelekile ukuthi kwenziwe noma yini kumuntu or sibe nalento ethi wena ubugqoke kanjani awubheka indlela obugqoke ngayo nawe indlela obugqoke ngayo is inviting as if ukugqoka noma ngabe kuyikuphi kusenda imessage ethize yokuthi no ngimema nombani ukuthi azongihlukumeza. Ngiyazi ukuthi it's a very debatable issue leyo gqoka. Lapho mina vele ngihlekise khona sivele emakhaya njengoba bushozi la khona into zokugqoka bezingekho njengamanje begqokwa obegqokwa onomndindi uthola ukuthi nje izinqa zonke zingaphandle but akekho umuntu wabanjelwa ukuthi uyigqokele unomndindi wakhe. Namanje intombi maziya emhlangeni zikhumbula oludala kusadliwa ngoludala they wear their traditional attires bahambe baye laphana ngabe sisho ukuthi nabo basuke bemema ukuthi bareshwe yini. So le issue ke yokugqoka noma bekuthu ubuyele emuva ngophela kwesinye isikhathi siyasithi ezinzi noma sikhahle sithi kwakungenziwa kanjena but you find ukuthi I remember the other time ukuthi bekuthi mangabe kuhlangana mhlambe insizwa ziyayihambela nje zibhekela khona ihlangane nentokazi ithi awuntomba ukushikile ntombi awukushikile ivele iphenduka ibheke lena nje kuumdlalo nje abawenzayo ivele ishikile iphenqula izinqa izithi kuhlekwe nje kube ihlala bese ziyadlula insizwa and angazi sisekulo nje leli point. I remember mhlambe nabanye bethu bazokhumbula ukuthi kuke kwaba nezikhathi ezinhle kabi la khona obuthola ukuthi endaweni if intokazi ithanda ngala ngakuthina esihlala ngapha ngasemhlanga bekwaziwa nje ukuthi ithanda kule ndawo so everybody wakule ndawo will protect the lady noma bekuthiwa yini enye eqhamukayo ezophazamisa ubudlelwano kuthiwa hayibo intombi yomfowethu lona ngisho ningahlobene naye ngokwegazi kuthiwa intombi yomfowethu lekusho ngoba iqomela indani bonke abantu bala indani bazoyihlonipha uma beyibona mhlambe sekuhlwile kuyowela emhosheni uzoyiphelekezela ayoyiweza kahle ngenhlonipho nayidlulisa umyalezo ukuthi hey ngisizwe usibani bani bengingasekho safe bengasaphephile. So ke le ndaba yokuthi umuntu ugqoke kanjani ngiyacabanga ukuthi siyadinga ukuthi sidile nayo ukuthi sidlule kuyona ekuthenini siblame the victim just because ubegqoke ngendlela ethize. Ngicela ukubuyela kancane emuva. Just go back a little bit. Yes. Then the other topic that I wanted to touch is the impact of GBV and femicide. The perpetuation of toxic masculinity teachings contributes to the high rates of GBV and femicide in South Africa. Men who adhere to these teachings are more likely, number one, perpetrate violence against women, children, and other men who do not conform to the traditional masculinity norms. Number two, they justify violence by blaming the victim using alcohol or substance abuse as an excuse, or claiming that violence is a necessary means of maintaining control. Number three, remaining silent in the face of violence, failing to speak out against it or support violence. That is the impact of these teachings that we have on masculinity. Then how can we break this cycle of toxic masculinity? To address the crisis of GBV and femicide in South Africa, it is essential to challenge and transform traditional masculinity teachings. This can be achieved through, number one, education and awareness. We must teach boys and men about healthy masculinity, emotional intelligence, and empathy. Number two, community engagement or dialogues, where we encourage men to take an active role in preventing GBV and supporting survivors. Number three, policy and legislative reform, strengthening the laws and policies to prevent GBVF and hold perpetrators accountable. Number four, periodic traditional cleansing for male. Ngicela lena sizwe kahle. I believe ukuthi le ndawana noma mhlambe singayibeka iceni singayinaki. Mhlambe futhi mayikhulunywa umfundisi abantu bayabacabanga ukuthi hayi ikhulunywa umuntu wrong. I remember ukuthi ke kwaba nembizo enkulu ebila eprovincini ngokubulawa kwabantu besifazane bebulawa ngempela inyanga nenyanga kubalwa inamba zabantu besifazane kwakuse upremier usihle zikalala. I wanted to raise this point ukuthi enye izinto enza abantu babe nelukuluku nesibibithwane sokushaya nje kalula. Sometimes ezinye zezinto esizisebenzisayo thina ama-Afrika sivele emakhaya okunye kufakwa kithina egazini njenge-protection. Ungabuza noma uphi umuntu okaphathe isikhali, umuntu okaphume ayolo, awuphumi ungasebenzisanga intelezi. Intelezi enhloso yayo ukukunika isibindi, kunika isibindi ucatshwe egameni lokuthi is for protection, ukuze noma ukuthi umuntu uyakudubula ungadubuleki. Lezi zinto mase sezisegazini kungekho mpi, igazi lihlala lishise. Uma nomuntu eke washiya igama sengathi ungamphendula nje ngenkulu impama bese kuthi coso lolo uzwe sekwehla lento. So izinto lezi ezikhona ukuthi ke kungenziwa kanjani, mhlambe sovela nekhamba ukuthi ke who can lead this campaign ukuthi ikhulunywe la ukuthi hayi madoda uma sebenzisa phela izinto ezithiza siphinde futhi siyikhiphe uma isikhathi sazo singekho, singahlali sihlomile noma impi ingekho, ngoba enye impi esibhekene nayo lena. Sengvala in conclusion, the perpetuation of toxic masculinity teachings is a significant contributor to the crisis of GBVF in South Africa. By challenging and transforming these teachings, we can work towards creating a more equitable and just society where all individuals can live free from violence and fear. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ithuba elinginikeze lona ilokho okufushane umuntu angubekile, and then okwami ke ukuthi we allow the house njoba nakwamanye ama presentation that were presented to us siceliwe ukuthi ke when we engage we include all of those if they are relevant to the topic esinikezwe yona. So ngizothatha ke leli thuba ukuthi ke nginikeze indlu ukuthi na indaba iseyithebeni sibuka kakhulu indaba yezimfundiso esikhuliswa ngazo noma ezikhona emphakathini ezigcina ibhebhezela lolu dlame. I just highlighted few things. Kuningi na society lethu esikwaziyo futhi kuningi esingafunda khona omunye nomunye njoba sindawonye. Ngicela ukuvula leli thuba ukuthi sonke nje siphefumule endlini kulesi sihloko, and then umfowethu uzobe eselekelela uMapholoba ukuthi asiqoqele lokho esobe sikhuluma. Sizophakamisa nje ngikhomba ngenzela ukuthi kube neorder nyana kulokuhlangana kwethu asibaningi khona. Bengicela ukuthi singene sivuleleke sikhulume. Mfowethu lapha niyoxola ukuthi ke asazani mhlambe kufanele siqale kuma introduction kodwa isikhathi esinikezwe sona sizama ukusonga. Ngizocela umfowethu lapha emuva sengazisho nje ukuthi ubani. Yeah. Siyabonga. Oh, okay.
On the topic,
Okay.
one will say what treats an issue of gender-based violence as a societal matter. To say that I can see here in our topic we are more concerned about the masculinity teachings,
Yeah.
which are more of the effect of the way that we do things. As and when we gather like this, it seems as if our focus is more on the issue of men being the perpetrators than saying how do we go about engaging men in a proper fashion in order for them to understand that whatever it is that they are doing, it's not correct and it's not right within our society. Firstly, because some of the speakers who were speaking here earlier on,
Yeah.
they have highlighted the issue that we haven't done much of social justice in our society, in the sense that our programs, one spoke about here earlier on spoke about taking a girl child to work.
Yeah.
That program alone, one has been crying out loud as men now to say, what about the boy child in our society? Because they are there in our society. So we need to give focus to them as well, to say that this is a boy child who's going to grow up to be a man. So how do we groom that boy child to be a man in the near future? So we have to concentrate more on those things rather than saying, as and when we get an opportunity to gather like this as men, we say, no, but men are doing things which are wrong. Now, umuntu mhlawumbe ubezothi la mhlawumbe ngaphambili mhlawumbe mangase kwenziwe more of our programs that will focus on ukuthi indoda siyakha kanjani.
Yeah.
How do we build men ukuthi sibe nendoda? One of our speakers earlier spoke about the issue of men in the old days meeting by the riverside where men lab amadoda ayikhathwa khona.
Yeah.
That was a progressive masculinity, because they were not taught to be violent, but they were taught on to how to be men. Then we need to go back to basics and say, where do we go wrong? Us as men now, as grown-ups here in this room, to say that what's leka khona sisele kuphi as men la sokwazi khona ukuthi siye bafaneni sihambe siyobafundisa ukuthi mawumfana ukhula kanje 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 kanje, not with violence. Mhlambe mina amanje kuyileyo nje.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much. Ngizocela ngicela ubaba kulandela ubaba lapha bese kuba umfowethu lapha emuva. Yes.
Ngiyabingelela mfundisi. Uthabana kaKhumalo from eThekwini Men's Sector aphinda beyilunga le forum KZN. Maybe ngingacela nje mhlawumbe uku-edda okuncane ukuthi kunganjani if we go back to ama slides akho and read ama points ngalendlela ubafunda ngayo so that if usiphawula we don't take ama points there and there onga end up asingayithola ngesolution kodwa masidila ne point per point cishe kungasinikeza isolution.
Okay. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you. Bosiza umfowethu lapha mapholoba.
Asibonge baba.
Baba.
Bishop Msomi lo president we Business Council yabelaphi bendabuko.
Nomdai.
Yeah, mhlawumbe ngoba le but ke mau to go back benalento yeyigodi yabo, but because of a movement yabantu iza ku urban area indaba iqale lapho ke ake ngithi where I'm coming from yabona nje eChesterville indawo it's a small area thina bakhona siyibiza ngeghetto yabo. 24 hours when we meet on the street we always engage about our challenges that we are facing, but mawubuka umlazi ubuka umashu umuntu ohlala kwa M mayeke waya mhlambe kwa L it's like uvakashile yabo because of it distance ilokishi indlela elikhulu ngayo. Now funeke sifocus ke ekutheni how do we start developing lama community amancane, engage wona, get the views ukuthi izinto bazibuka kanjani, how can we transform a society going forward. Enye issue fune siyibheke futhi singayibalekeli issue ye-TV nama programs wayo are very influential einganeni zethu. It's a challenge lokumele siyibheke ukuthi what kind of programs afakwa laphana and anayiphi impact ekugcineni. Yabona mawuchecka nje omunye usisi mayifika kumina uthi yas bishop ingane yami ithe ngcono ngadli kungcono yokhokhela iDStv than ungithengele isinku. Uyayibona? Therefore it means iTV becomes a first parent enganeni wena mzali you are a second parent. Uyayibona lonto? Now uyahamba emsebenzini ingane ibuka yonke into la. Ulele la ingane ibukela yonke into as well as ama cell phone ama programs. I think we need to look at it futhi ngalo ndlela. Enye ama point nje ngizowafaka can women ilento le organization with gender empower ama CPF because ama CPF adila nalama issues on daily basis and empower ama street committees that are there kulama township because bona ba understand each and every home on the street ama challenges akhona, but ama platform abo ukuthi bakhulume lezinto awekho emalokishini. That is a challenge. Then ke bawusuza kule mnandi kakhulu oyirezile othe ukukhipha intelezi. Hayi baba asikhulume nje iqiniso la. Kunezinto ezimbili ngoba amadoda la.
Yeah.
Yabo mhlambe mina ngikutshele nje mhlambe ekhuleni kwami sengiwakhiphile amadliso mhlamba u10. Yonke intombazane engiyimithayo iyangidlisa. You understand ukuthi emotionally ngizoba kusephi isimo. Mayifika lo ofikayo sengiqala ngimbheke every movement yakhe la ukuthi kahle kahle sizokwakha noma uzongiabuse. Akithi yabo ama challenges lawo esibhekene nawo. Unedliso ke lingena ngenhla kunedliso elingena ngezantsi ongeke walibalekela. Yabo and anayiphi impact amadliso mase sikhuluma iqiniso. But funeka sibuyele ke kutheni vese kuqala kwakhona lento ukuthi umuntu wesimama uyakhiwa. Mawudlisa umuntu ke esothi spiritual like myself, mina liyangihlanyisa. Liyangigulisa ngilale phansi kuze kuthiwa ngilikhiphe bese ngiyalikhipha. How much more omunye umuntu ke? Mayisebona ngoba umuntu mayisedlisiwe uyilandela intombazane ingene emsebenzini iphume emsebenzini ihambe yakubangani ba ula eduze kwayo. Mayike yakhuluma nomunye umuntu wesilisa ugibela ngenduku. Angeke akutshela umuntu wesimama ukuthi uyidlisile. Now when you look at some of these cases ayo mina siyangitshela no hayi lo yana udlala idliso. Nathi ke belaphi you are part of the problem. But you are not getting platforms, such platforms to engage. Sabelaphi in terms of addressing the matter. Yabo? Ngoba ikhona indlela yokubaqoqa labantu it's for another day. Eyokugcina engifuna ukuyiraise engicela niyibuke i-issue yokudla esikudlayo. Uyabona ingane manje at the age of 9 noma at the age of 10 isiyaqala intombazane isiyathomba. Yabona?
Yeah.
Immediately yangena esikhathini at the age of 9 or 10 uma wayo use frustrated ukuthi singamitha at any given time. Umzimba wayo usuzodemanda leyanto. What causes that? Ukudla esikudlayo. Asibatshela abantu ukuthi lamaqanda esiwadlayo enzane einganeni. Labo shize sibadlayo benzane einganeni. Angithi itho baba sithenga oshize sithenge zonke lezi zinto sithi funele ingane iphathe ini ihambe esikoleni. Angithi yabona? Now kunokudla kumele sikubheke nathi samadoda ukuthi no lokhu uma kuzokwenza ama effects anje einganeni somewhere somehow we need to address it. Yabo? Now last one kuzoba ile issue economic development. When you look at imphakathi yethu indlela yakhiwe ngayo kuzane kwakhiwa 2000 houses, no industrial area, no ayikho indaba ukuthi kuzoba nesitolo lana isenta kwakhiwe 200, but when you go kubelungu kwakhiwe only 500 or 300 houses kune ama industrial area kunani nani are easily manageable. Yabo? Immediate wakha okukhulu you are not managing it. Now ingakho bengithi ngicela siyibuke broad sisingabe saya lapha. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu nomndayi. Kulelo ithintile yedliso. Cishe abanye bazongifaza nje. Kuthi unenkani umuntu umedlisiwe. Umuntu nje medlisiwe bayakwazi ukumbona abafowabo. Ukuthi umfowethu ibehavior yakhe ayikho normal. Ingaka abanye kuthiwa babeze bagcine bembamba noma bamkhohlisa. Hayi bathi hey bafo ake sisebenzise lokho akuyiphakamisa induku. Ayabona kamezwa lelo ukuthi kanti ngizoba umshini oyishintshayo. Ayithathe lento kanti sebebulala yonke lento ivele iphume ngezansi. Uyabona? Kodwa limuku wamtshela ukuthi asambe siyokhipha idliso angakubulala ngisho ukubulala. Uhamba utshela intombazane ithi yazi bayakubhedela ngcono vele uthuthe kwasekhaya yabona labantu asambe siyohlala le ngenza phinde nimthole. Bekungcono mhlambe nisambona lapha kuseyoba yenye ini. So beyithi yangiphawule lapha ngifisa ukunivalela ayithuba ukuthi ngiphawule kodwa nje ileyo ukuthi singayilwa kanjani ke lelo ngoba phela akavuma umuntu onedliso ukukhishwa lona. Baba ushozi ma ukule ungahlala kancane nje baba kancane nje mfethu. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, siyabonga kakhulu ngiyethemba kuzwakele ukuthi lena uthi baba ushozi ubengathanda usiyifake sibheke nesolution yayo. Njengokuthi ke abantu besilisa mhlambe ke yipi iqhaza abangalibamba kulento ukuthi sivimba kanjani noma silekelelana kanjani kulento ngoba Kukhona vele into akayikhuluma ubabushozi ngicabanga ukuthi uye kuma speakers akhuluma ukuthi sibheka kakhulu udlame oludalwa abantu besilisa. Kodwa singabuki ngesinye isikhathi ukuthi abantu besifazane yini enye abayenzayo egcina idala kube nodlame. Nakho lokho ukudliswa. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi yenye izinto ngoba basuke bethi bayakha imizi kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ababanikezayo ababachazeli kahle. Lento ifana nomuntu ohambe wayothwala ningixolele umuntu ohambe wayothwala abamtsheli bamtshela nje ukuthi hayi uzohlaba imbuzi uzohlaba inkomo ayitshethi kohlala kuyinkomo kanti kuyagraduate uyabona mabe kuchaza so nayo le yokudlisa uyithatha kalula umuntu engazi imphumela yayo ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngicela ukudedela umfowethu lapha emuva obese phakamile.
Angibonge sihlalo ngibingelele indlu. Sihlalo ngingusiduduzo igama ngwakwamkhwana zisibongo.
Shamas.
Nginikwe umsebenzi ngisehofisini kaNdunankulu nginikwe umsebenzi wokuba i-technical monitor for gender based violence and femicide KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay.
Cha sihlalo ngithi ake ngisike nje elijikayo lana ukuthi kule topic ye masculinity I think khona le fanele sivume ukuthi le male dominance ayithi mayifundiswa izingane zabafana ezamantombazane ezingazi ukuthi khona enjalo ngoba into eyenzeke nje endlini ukuthi uyindoda wena uyabona nje into ekhulunywa nje ikhululeke. Now bese kuba khona a defense mechanism amantombazane akhula nayo to defend themselves against that teaching esuka ingeyimbi at that stage. Lokuthi fanele ukhulu ube indoda yabona osesibakho ungafani nabo. So now as ingane ikhula ziqala idevelop a defense mechanism including leyo ukuthi imdlisi ukuze umthobise lobu dominance bakhe always particular matter.
Yeah.
Such that asikwazi ukuthi sithi mase subdivide ngama locals angazi sithe ku subdivide ngani ngambe
ama cluster afica ama cluster la eTheku
awukwazi ukuyothi lama cluster eTheku this cluster is better than this one ngaphandle kokuzwa indaba ka Inc area than uNanda nakho zokuzwa kodwa awukwazi ukubeka statistically ngaphandle uthi uhambe uyobuka ama cases that were opened through SAPS ukuthi maningi ngala mancane ngala. But when you talk about specifically gender based violence and femicide yabona ke kuthiwe if you cannot count you cannot manage. So njengamanje yahlula ukumanage GBV ngoba we cannot count. What we are doing thina si responder on individual cases that happens. Sihambe ke siyo respond uthi usebulele ba u5 eBackville eKhayelot siphuthume kamaphumulo siphuthume kuphi. Why? Because we don't have a statistics dimension, statistics is general. We are just assuming or generalizing saying that. Another area that contributes to that ukuthi parents have outsourced their responsibility either to school or to television that they show ubabala or even to social media. Yabona mawuthola umzali ezothi hey azi kube kuthiwa ngeke ngiboshwe ngabe ngiyakushaya. Ezwa lonto. Until today I don't even know a single parent that is odonza iminyaka lapha eWestville uthi washaya ingane yakhe eqondisa. Not even a single day. Akekho umzali engimaziyo odonza iminyaka edonsela uthi waqondisa ingane yakhe ekhaya. So such that mentality ukuthi ingane ngeke sisayishaya after kwathiwa no more ilokhuzana corporal punishment esikoleni, then we just release everything. Even to guide ingane sithi hey wena kube kuthiwa nje uhulumeni ngeke angibophe ngabe uqondile wena kodwa manje sekukusabisa ongasho lutho yabo yabona sihlalo mhlambe ke enye ke into contributing factor esingeke size siyiphike yabona youth yethu esinawo njengamanje it's very toxic and ayikho toxic ngoba ithanda nayo it's a situation eyithola kuyona. So assume maybe it's masculinity or no. One, the issue of unemployment Yabona abantwana abaqede at tertiary level and TVET behlele emakhaya. Kade befunda ngo NSFAS besupporteka benza yonke into. Uyabuya ekhaya, the support that you are getting, you know, it's no longer there. Yezwa lonto. And the first frustration ozoba nayo eyokuthi ke you'll start thinking of how do you defend yourself kwisimo ubhekene naso. The issue of unemployment, the issue of poverty, those triple challenges is a issue of discrimination. Yabo lonto. Ngoba ugcina wena mawubuya la kuthiwa umdala fana busuyasebenza utshelwe ekhaya. Kakade usumdala fana buyasebenza. Yabona ngesikhathi lapho uzwi frustration yokuthi uyawufuna vele umsebenzi kodwa uwutholi uphinde uzotshelwe ekhaya ukuthi fana busuyasebenza. Intombi yakho bese ikutshela ukuthi hayi mina ngibona phela thina ngisazoyihlala nawo manje awungisizi ngalutho. Mangithi ngicela imali ngokunika u20 rand kanti nawo lo 20 rand ubuhlanganisa okugcina. And then there will be a cause of violence around that. Oh, keep in the sihlalo. Hey.
Yeah.
Yabona le kahle hle iqunga nje leli. Iqunga nje likhona lokuthi that male dominance hayi ukuthi into eyenzeka kudala namanje isenzeka kusekhona namanje abasahamba bethi awuthi ngithi ukudla ukuthi ke khona ezongisaba. Yabo. Khona ezongihlonipha or khona kuzoba ukuthi why egcineni ngoba ufuna ukuthi ima emshaya efihlela amahloni ukuthi bevele emsaba. Sina amakhosikazi. Sometimes yabona nje ukuthi aze ngathethiswa ingane. It's normal. Because vele abafazi bethu bancane. It's normal ukuthi ingane ikuthethiswa uzwe ukuthi nawe yabona ayicha khona ikuyazwela yangithethisa ingane nje. Ngempela isikhatsini leso buya naso ngaso. Uzwe you cannot even do that to your child. Wena ubaba uthethiswe ingane ewunkosikazi wakho. Wena ubaba you cannot do that to your child. Umdala. So that's why I need the outsourcing of responsibility by parents to either school, teachers, or television programs or social media. It's a cause of all this problem that we have. The last part, the silo operation of our own operational structures called departments. Silo operation for that, it gives us a serious problem. Because we cannot sit here and say, the straightforward district, Ilembe district. Ngeke uyothi eLembe kuno district director wakhona. Khona wa SAPS oqala, general. Kube khona wa DSD. Ngikhuluma ngo director. Kube khona owa justice. Kube khona owa community safety. Kube bonke ngababala nje ngizengiqede. Labo district director banama responsibilities to look after the 5 or so local municipalities under Ilembe. But trust me, balalele mabenzi presentation yama statistics. Khona presentation ozothi mawilalela eyelembe district kuya ka DSD. Mawa DSD upresent lapho uqeda ukuthi ithini into ye GBV eLembe. UDSD uzofika kutshela inombolo yakhe ahlale phansi. Kusukuma SAPS akutshele yakhe inombolo ahlale phansi. Kusukuma uJustice akutshele yakhe inombolo ahlale phansi. Kusukume ukhokta nama traditional council akutshele yakhe inombolo ahlale phansi. The question is, how many districts are we talking about? One district, angithi.
Yeah.
They don't have a common platform where they sit down and look at case by case scenario and say, eLembe la sikhona. Yabona kube kuthiwa senza yabona sithi uGBV it's let's treat GBV as if it's a pandemic angithi. Yabona during pandemic kwakunama command structures ayihlala elidwa omeya. Besitshela ukuthi how many have passed on, how many has been infected. Angithi. But this time around we cannot even say that about GBV. Ngoba department ikhona nekhona layo liphethe ibhodwe layo line information yalo. Engasharewa nabanye. Mawuthi SAPS ngicela ushare nalabo ukuthi kufanele iqalise commission or minister kuqala. Kusho SAPS. Mawuthi aka justice uyochecka ama protection order. Uzowafica 18900. SAPS ephethe 401 wama case open with the case number. UDSD ephethe 300. Mawuthi uyawarelate onke lama case awafana onke. Because first victim iye kwa SAPS, second victim yaya kwa Justice for Protection Order, third victim yahamba yaka DSD yayothi uyangishaya social worker ungenelele yabo lonto. The fourth victim uvele wayenduneni yathi induna kulungile sizoyixoxa lento. Yaxoxa kwaqedwa kwathiwa imbuzi ayiphuma. Ngeziceke. Ngiyabonga hlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngizocela ukuthatha nje lezi zandla ezintathu zokugcina bese singena kakhulukazi kuma solution. Singena ngiyezwa kuma presentation ethu kukhona ngama solutions. Ngiyakuzwa kukhona. But ngizofisa ukuthi sigcine ngokufocusa khona ukuthi iziphi ixazululo esibona ukuthi zingaba khona. Ngizocela umfowethu ngoba ubeke waphakamisa wayesecela ukuthi abone I presentation bese ngicela umfowethu ophambi kwakhe ngigcine ngobishop usihlalo wami we forum men's forum. Ngizocela siphe microphone.
Maybe sokalisa mhlambe okwami akukuningi kakhulu. Into ethi cishe we need to revisit into ye masculinity because ukuvele sifake igama lelafaka esithi toxic masculinity kube ngathi azikho izinto ezinhle ezisikhulisile under leli gama because uma ngase ngempela sigxeke yonke into singagcina singasazi ukuthi abafana fa bakhuliswe kanjani. I'm one person okhuliswe ngento yokuvikela ngento yokuprotecta umndeni yokuprotecta ifamily yonke yokuprotecta icommunity. I remember ngivela kwa kwamashu la ngivela khona kwakuthi uma kusuka ilindelane izohlasela kuthiwa abesifazane bonke abayocasha emathuneni kusale amadoda la azokwazi ukuvikela lapho ungavikeli umuzi wakini kuphela kwakufanele kuvikele the entire community. So ngamanye amagama amandla sasitrainwa ngawo kwangasiwo okuabuser indlela sasifundiswa ngayo kodwa kwakuwukuthi njengendoda ngimele ukuvikela yonke into esuke around mina engase mhlambe ibe buthakathaka ngokwamandla. Now ke uma singathi mhlambe indlela zokukhuliswa kwabafana siyabayeka into mhlambe singayibhekile ukuthi amandla abanawo abafundiswe ukuthi akusiwo okwakhombisa kubantu besifazane. Whenever kuma ukuthi ekhaya mhlambe awusebenzi unkosikazi wakho uyasebenza ukuze uveze amandla akusho ukuthi vele umshaye physical ngoba ukuze abone ukuthi unamandla kodwa amandla akho awukwazi ukwenza noma yini engakukhombisa ukuthi uphiwa amandla okuvikela nokuprotect. Cishe mhlambe kube yileyo then ke enye mhlambe esingayibheka la still sisekuyo ziningi izinto okukhulunywe ngazo kukhona le wayisho nje yoku-perpetrative violence. Njengoba ngingakhele lapha eNanda kunobugebengu obuningi kuye kube ne-awareness eyenziwa amaphoyisa i-awareness ethi ungashiya umnyango ebusuku uvuliwe hayi ukuthi ba-perpetrator into yeyigebengu ukuthi iqhubeke igqekeze kodwa as ama-victims akube nento esiyenzayo yokuyivikela so that iyigebengu zingakwazi ukuthola i-access kalula emakhaya ethu. Same applies ke kungcono kube mhlambe nakubantu besifazane yenziwe into enjalo hayi ngoba sithi asibanikeze inkululeko yokugqoka kodwa ukuthi awukwazi ukusuka uyintombazane ekhaya. One, awunayo imali yokuthenga utshwala. Two, uhamba awunayo imoto uyahamba uye jointini ebusuku ugqoke iskate esifishane niyohlala lapha ayinayo imali yokuthenga. Then bese ke nenza lezi zinto zamanje ke zokuthwekela abafana ukuze banithengele unga expect ukuthi labafana bazothola enye idea yento yenzayo. Manje umusho lezo zinto bengathi uya perpetrate kanti ama awareness esithi njengentombazana one anikwazi ukuhamba ebusuku kwesikhathi. I know ukuthi esikhathini sakudala amantombazana ekwazi ukuhamba engagqokile njengoba ubusho kodwa ke isikhathi esiphila kuso njengamanje anikwazi ukuhamba neyamantombazane niye-clubini because lokho sobe siwaqwashisa hayi ngoba sinikeza amandla laba aba-victimizer osisi bethu kodwa ukwenza ama-awareness. Two, awukwazi ukuvela uzohlala endodeni njengoba ngiyindoda nje nginemizwa kusuka intombazane izohlala kimi ishikishe ngize ngikhiphe imali ngithenge lento eyenzayo itshala i-ID emqondweni wami. Now we need to educate osisi bethu ukuthi ukuze ningangeni kule nto yokudlwengula stop doing 1 and 2 and 3 kungabe sengathi masenza leyo nto sesivikela igebengu kanti uma yenza lokho izodlwengula sile kuthi kanti masiqaphele sisi nje uma nganamali hlala ekhaya mawukuthi nabangani bakho hlanganisane niyophuza lento enihlelele nina kunokuthi niye clubini bese nizonikeza ngoba umuntu wesilisa ngeke siqaba manje wabesho nje abanye ukuthi kunezinto abayidlayo othola ukuthi zibenza amagazi ashisa Now ke awukwazi vele uke umuntu wesilisa nje kalula kanjalo wenze noma yini ezovusa imiza bese umshiya kanjalo unless ukuthi ke mhlambe ke kukhona into nawe ehlosile. So badinga osisi bethu ukufundiswa ukuze singangeni kulama trap yokuthi njalo kusene sithole osisi bethu babulewe ngoba into eyenzekalayo once babenza leyo nto automatically vele kuzofanele kambulalo ngoba make yavela uyazi kuzokwenzakalani. So ukuze sigweme into yokuthi sithole osisi bebulewe sithole osisi beshayiwe mhlawumbe sibe nawo ama awareness esiwenza kubo ukuthi lezi zinto lezi zinto izona egcina ilidela ekutheni kwande into ye GBV. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu baba. Ukhona kwakhuluma ngokuthi mhlambe after lokhu kuhlangana babushozi nawo Bishop Mchunu mhlambe ake sibe nako la esihlangana khona insizwa no baba no mama nentombi ke sikhuluma ngoba kwesinye isikhathi sikhuluma nathi segumbini lethu abakwazi sikhulumayo nabo bakhuluma kwabo mebehlangene okungabe mhlawumbe bani besikuzwa sike platform eyodwa khona buzokufunda ukuthi hey shuthi kanti nami khona udaka engilushayayo kulona wami khona udaka engilushayayo emzini wami nayibona indaba so yeah kodwa ke yeah sizoyibuka nayo. Thank you very much baba angutethele.
Angibingele mphathi hlelo ngaphambili naba bonke abasendlini mhlawumbe okunye usengikhavile ubhudi ngalana kokunye kodwa mhlawumbe okunye umuntu akafisa ukuhlambe sikubheke ilo ukuthi amakhosi khona kwakuthinta amakhosi namaphoyisa usho subs kanye no advocate wabekhona mhlawumbe nabo sibacela ukuthi bangayenzi lento ukuthi uma kufike labo abathandanayo oyedwa wabo wazobika ukuthi banenkinga mase sekuthunyelwa into ye-protection order bese kuba nanto ekuthiwa bahlanganiswe baxoxe bese kuthiwa into isi right ngoba labantu basuke into yabo isuke ingasuki la isuke kwesikhathi isuke kuyinto endala so ke sesibabuyisela ngenkani ukuthi abambohlala baxoxisane babuye kuba ngathi ba right phambi kwethu sekubuya ngakusasa noma 2 weeks sekuphuma isidubu kulabantu abawu2 okunye mhlambe ekufanele sikubuye ngiyathanda ubhuti ubaba ukushiwe lapha uma sibuka amathuba omsebenzi awekho amaningi mina ngokuhlala nje ngowase Nazareth ngihlala lapha ePinetown khona indawo lapha nje ngase kwi-CBD lapha ngakospanol enkantolo ufica ubaba abaningi futhi yabona nje obaba abadala ko-McDonald mhlawumbe bathola beyiqulu lingaphezulu ko-30 kuya phezulu bahlala usuku lonke basuke bezofuna imisebenzi nangakuthasa babuye bengawutholi emakhaya kusokulindela ukuthi basuke bezobuya na something okunalokho ukuthi abatholi ukuthi bagcina sebephiwa abantu into ukuthi badle ngasikhathi leso kodwa izingane ekhaya nonkosikazi balinde ukuthi uzobuya nokuthize and uma ungakwazi kube uma into engakwazi ukuprovide ekhaya isithunzi lapho siyehla mhlawumbe nako lokhu uhulumeni wethu akubuke siyazi amathuba nalokho kokugcina umhlobo wami ufundisa preschool grade R lento yokuhlala kwabantu beqashile bahlala nezingane ezincane ukuthi umuntu bahlala ku one room umuntu uhlala nefamily yakhe ungitshengise enye ivideo last week beqoqa nengane umfana nje osemncane uka grade R uthi ubaba ubencela ibele likaMaye ebusuku belincela kanje uyabona lo ngane leyo yini esiyakheka manje kuyona ukuthi ubaba uncela ibele likaMaye uncela kanjena so into nje ezinye izinto ekufanele nakhona ukuthi manje lengane isi beside lokho oncela kwebela sazokunye ukubonile ukuthi bekuyini and uthi ila nomkhubo ukuthi la esikoleni buyifuna ukuphansi ingane yona isuka idlala ngokwayo mhlawumbe esuka ibona abazali beyithandanela kumnandi kwa manje bahlala ku one room labantu lapha mhlawumbe uhulumeni uthi nazinto efanele ayibuke ngoba hayi ukuthi ngiyathanda ngoba khona we-office la premier ukuthi kwezinye indawo azikho zokuthi abantu bakhethe uthi obanye kade balinde ethi umunye kade ngawubhalisa umxhasi kuthiwa ngizothola angiwutholi. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu bathi sisino 5 minutes okuqeda konke ngizocela ukugoqa lengxenye nobaba uMacingwane Bishop bese ngicela nje 111 sicabanga nje just what are the solutions sesikubekile ecishe okungama challenges kuningi besingakubeka kodwa ngenxa yesikhathi sethu ngizocela ukuthi sicabanga nje okodwa quickly so that mase sipresenta siqhamuke nama solutions. Bishop.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Bishop. Bingelela bafowethu. Cha. Bangikhavile abafowethu.
sengizothi nje mina ingaba i-solution lento yokungawakha amagama anzima. Yabona ke le ethi toxic masculinity. Sinje wasifunda nje siyaye sibe nento eyiningi esizakhayo Bishop. Size sicreate amagama emqondweni yabantu abese lawo magama create some acts which are relevant to those words. Mhlambe ukungandisi amagama negative. That could help. Let us be positive in life. Vele ngeke Bishop number 2. Yabona ye class nginifunda nonke. Kodwa abanye bangaphasi. Ukuthi ninikeze information efanayo kodwa ningakwazi ukuyi-expressa leyo information ngendlela eyiyona. Ukuthi lokho akusho ukuthi bese kuthiwa i-class labafeyilayo. Akusilona i-class labafeyilayo. Kodwa kuyaye kubekwe ngendlela epositive ukuthi cha baphasile abangaka babese beyasala abangaka. I'm saying let's create now, let's start to create in the minds of people positive things. And lokho kuzosenza ukuthi sibe more positive in life. 3 lokuyana sengihlala phansi. Yabona nje wasigijima no toxic masculinity. Uma ngaze ngibuze nje lana ukuthi ukhona yini toxic? Ngisho nje la sekhona. Ukhona yini ne masculinity a toxic? Ungathola ukuthi mhlambe we will fail to check exactly ukuthi lokho kwenzeka kanjani. Kanti into efanele sikhulume thina eyiqiniso ukuthi umuntu mayeshaye omunye wenza into wrong. Noma ngabe kuthiwa ifemini, kuthiwa yini abesifazane femininity into hotel
Femicide. Femicide.
or feminism. No matter to feminism. Let's not rush in a way to toxic feminism. No. No matter to feminism, mangabenza into wrong, akube into wrong, kufanele a retrieve from yon. I'm trying to say, in short, let's plant positive, good, and expected weights or expected acts. Logo sokutshala ngokukhuluma. Let's not talk about negative things kakhulu zize sengathi zingaphezulu kwabantu abenza kahle. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much. Sesingena kuma solutions quickly nje. Okukodwa khona kube khona ngizocela umfowethu ubaba lapha baba uDlamini.
Mkhwanas.
Mkhwanas Shama somkhulu bese kuba ubaba uNomdayi lapha emuva.
I think Slalo, the first solution is the parents to regain their responsibility as parents, not as spectators in the life of their children. Yeah, that's the first one. And the second one is the real picture or the statistics that tell us what is happening and why those things are happening, because we ended up blaming masculinity on something that we have not researched and tell us ukuthi lento yenzeke because of toxic or whatever masculinity or femininity or whatever. Kodwa sebese sihamba soyimatanisa nayo. Once statistics sakutshela ukuthi njengamanje sine case eyenzakele and leyo case may analyze ikutshela ukuthi no, it was not because of masculinity, it was not because of that, mhlambe kwakuyidliso zolibiza imasculinity nalo. Yabo. So kuningi kodwa i-real thing ithi get the real cases, case by case scenarios as with mangaki wo wonke ama-ward ama-cases nawo, and lawo ma-cases maswarelate nani. Then you sobe sesiqhamuka ne-solution real.
Thank you very much Baba uNomdayi bese ngicela uDr. Shozi.
Ngibonga Sihlalo again. Kuncane kwami kodwa ke ebengizokucela mina ukuthi can we request government wethu to empower more research. Okay. Research, it's very important. Yazi ngishiswa yini lento, ngishiswa ukuthi one of my friends wayese Dubai. And uthe Dubai intombazane uma ike yamithi iyaboshwa kumthetho, it's law. Mayingashadile, it's law. Iyaboshwa straight. Secondly, eDubai uhamba mhlawumbe 10 kilometers ufuna itavern ungayitholi, yabo. Now ibisiyakutshela lento ukuthi really thina ke iculture yethu ithini. That's why ngithi this thing it needs more research and ba empowerishwe benze lama research and assist ukuthi kwenzeke lama research lawo, then sizoyithola isolution. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu baba uNondayi, siyabonga kakhulu ya kule le research. Kukhona nje esazokhuluma baba uShozi, khona lena ethintwe nawo baba uMkhwanazi kulento yama stats are correct. Yokuthi we need a harmonized system that will bring together all the stats. Kungabikho esaka NPA, esaka SAPS, esaka DSD ayikhulumisani futhi. Esinye sisho kunye kodwa same area. IseThekwini la. IseThekwini municipality kodwa bakutshela into ezehlukene. Then how do you plan for your action? Siyabonga kakhulu baba Dr. Shozi.
Yeah, no, angibonge. Just to pick up ubaba uMkhwanazi, I think enye into khona iphepha engalibhala kudala ngithi ngiyalifona elikhuluma nge-administrative will and the political will.
Okay.
Uthola ukuthi bayavumelana phezulu ethe policy level. Uthola ukuthi abantu i-administration ayihambi kahle ngoba sinezinto eziningi otho district lega mongameli leyo
ama district model.
District model.
Yeah.
Sizoba no criminal justice clusters. Onke sizoba no sukuma sakhe. Kahle kahle mubheka kahle ikhona ama mechanisms. Sekuya nabantu nje, yabo. So ngibhalela meza resolution ukuthi lack of coordination. So we must strengthen izinto ze coordination nokusebenza ndawonye. Nginale ingasana le interconversation between men and women, boys and girls. So to suffer with hlangana ne usibeni ndawo bathi nanthe nani nathi. Yabona?
Yes.
The other one ngiyeqile lapha ngipresent engicanga ukuthi iyavela. No bayisho nezikhulu zami la ngemumva. I-issue yama rights vis-a-vis responsibilities. Ukuthi umuntu amalungelo imaphi ama responsibilities onawo, yabo. Nomfana wenza umatric njengamanje. Ngiyamtshela ukuthi ayazi ukuthini manje ngibona ungafuni ungangitshela uma usufailile ngoba angikhumbula ukuthi ubuki usupport Liverpool. So uhlala ubuka iLiverpool ngibala lawo ma-hour ngiyabona ukuthi kungenzeka ikufailise Liverpool. Ngoba izohlala every week. Uzobe futhi so wazi ukuthi anginayo imali yokuphindisa esikoleni ngonyaka ozayo. Yabona? So wazi ukuthi njoba ngibona wena ayikho into ukuthi wena ngiyakunikeza ukudla uyadla uvuka isini esikoleni uthola yonke into oyifunayo. Wena wakho umsebenzi munye nje. Ukuthi utadisha ufunda uphasi. So I think now leyo nto ladishiwe ukuthi wakasha but we must be able lama ngoba into seyishintshile sikwazi ukuthi sikhuluma sibe firm ngama responsibilities and rights. So for me those were three ngicathi nale eqhamukile le sibalile ama traditional healers nabo no. Yeah, thanks.
Yes. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyakhola obaba uShozi bazosiza ukuthi kokulandelayo asibe nawo ama traditional healers ngoba okunye okuthinta i-tradition bazokwazi ukusigayida. Njengoba beseke washo lapha ukuthi nawe uyakwazi ukuzwa idliso. Uyabona khona ongazi nokuthi usedlisiwe. Uyibona isekhala nje mina ngibele kube inkinga nje inkana abanayo ukuthi ngiyayazi into ngeke ngayibona ku family sazi sasebenzisa indlela ezithizo phela akayena ubishop nomfowethu ngakhuluma nomama ngale ngasesithi hayi mama hayi khona into engahambi kahle kwavumbuka izinto eziningi mayisesizakele wathola ngisho ukuthi ingane kanti aseyifundise yaze yafika kwa standard 1 akusiyona yakhe bekuthe nje ngci engezwa lutho. Yeah, no siyabonga kakhulu. Okunye mhlambe ngingakuphosa nje kokugcina engike ngakucabanga ukuthi mhlambe einkulumeni zethu njoba sikhuluma ngecoordination enye into beside ukuthi ama departments nawo asinika information engakhulumisana don't we need some kind of forums esingawabiza mhlawumbe ukuthi ama Gender Activists Forum ngoba cisha sinakho kunjalo la khona sifaka makunenduna induna ikhona abantu abasebenza einhlanganweni bona bebodwa ngoba phela thina sizokhuluma la uyayibona uthothi nathi masikhuluma la imiyalezo silethayo nathi iyashayisana ngoba asinayo iplatform la khona esinikezwa khona information ecorrect kanti uma singaba nalama forums eNanda Pink area kwaMash kuphi njalo ezindane ezehlukene eKingcetshwayo then siyakwazi ukuthi sishare ama message ukuthi uma sifuna uqeda into ye-GBV nanka ama message okufanele siwakhuthaze ukuthi avele kundaba ezitha kubafundisi kubo bonke abantu ababa nethuba ne-authority over abantu. So we need a structure mhlambe sama activists nje abantu abanogqozi lokuthi bayayibona ukuthi inqoli yeweni kodwa ingabuyiswa kanjani kwabona ke bekhulumisana bebodwa baxoxe bebodwa bashape ama message bawalungise banikeza nama stats ne-information umuntu mesukuma akhulume into informed uma inkosi isukuma ikhulume ngento eyenzeke endaweni yayo uthothi yazi everything njengamakhansela amakhansela emalisukuma livele likutshela izikole zingaka la endaweni esithizi nezingane ezingaka akutshela ama-bridge mangaki lingake liphuma ngapha lingake yabo and so on baba Dr. Shows yebo Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nangu uMapholo basebethi sikhiphe. Ya ngoba sisaku lunch ngaleyana. Shamase nje ngesecond elilodwa nje. Memeza nje kakhulu ngoba le mic ngekusafika. Yes. Okay. Siyabonga kakhulu Shamazi umsebenzi senwenzile. Thank you very much. Bafowethu angibonga kakhulu nanibo baba ngeparticipation nama contributions esenwenzile. Ngiyakholwa ukuthi Shamase Mapholoba uzosis uthi usiftela kahle kuhleleke kahle ukuthi kupresenteke kwi-session elandelayo. Thank you very much. Ngizocela ukuthi ke siyela ukudliwa ngakhona angazi mfowethu ngicela usiguide. Siyabonga kakhulu sobuya ngo2:30. Thank you.
because I know some of us will leave before the time. We had a breakaway session where we discussed a lot of things, but now we'll call one representative to give us their resolution. I'm strict on time. I was trained by Bishop Mkhunu. I wish we all know Bishop Mkhunu that when you speak, you always rise when you are passing the time he gave you. So I will be strict on time. I will give you only 5 minutes per group so that we all leave here by time. I'm not sure if the first group is ready to give us their resolutions, which was led by Bishop B. Buthelezi. I'm not sure, Bishop, if you are ready to just give us your resolutions. And after the session, they are requesting that all the group must give us the written resolution so that we can put it in an order format. I hope your scribers are preparing all your points and resolutions so that you can give it to a relevant person. Let me call upon Bishop Bibu Telezi. Understanding the role of masculinity teachings concerning South Africans GBV crisis. Oh, I thought they said Mapoloba. Oh, Sbaluam. Oh, Sbal. Ginjenje ungobo Sbal. 10 minutes. Sbal. No more 20 minutes. Sbal uthatha Sbal.
Hayi kushuthi ungene kahle impela lo muntu. Ngisho noma ngamdlisa ngathi kube kude ukuphela. Awakazi uphela. Greeting colleagues. Igama uSiwakhile ngingwakangcobo. I'm a researcher for the CGE. Ngokudabuka ke ngwala eNatal le eMgungundlovu. Kwasho ukuthi ke umsebenzi ke wangithatha wangibhekisa le kanto ngaziyaduma. So we group here too, we were discussing understanding the role of masculinity teachings concerning South African gender-based violence and femicide crisis. So basically what we discussed how the traditional notions of, traditional teachings of masculinity such as patriarchal authority, how aggression and violence and emotional suppression has been at the core of how men understand themselves and how society expects them to be. And then we looked into how within the religious sector as well as how religious teachings, looking at how the promotion of male dominance is strife and the stigmatization of non-normative identities, that those men who do not identify within the heteronormative norms are not really men. And then the encouraging of victim blaming as to how we often blame victims for our own behavior, that we wouldn't have acted the way that we acted had they not acted the way that they did. So with part of our resolution or part of our discussion, I think as men in KZN was the issue of traditional medicine, Ogliswa, and how that inevitably has a negative consequence as to how men behave, not to say that, not to excuse men's behavior, but to acknowledge how that might facilitate violence in a way. So as part of our resolutions was to so as part of our resolution was to change how young girls and boys are socially, how they're socialized from the young age, as to that how then we can bring them up to be more responsible for their own behaviors. And then also, okay, it was quite a lot, so I'm just trying to find the best ways, yeah. So also one of the resolution was to use user-friendly language and positive language when engaging men in masculinities instead of using these burgers of toxic masculinities. When you go down to Engutu and you engage an ordinary man about toxic masculinity and they don't understand what that is. So user-friendly language. And then the inclusion of traditional leaders or traditional healers and leaders in this form of discussions as to ascertain how some of the traditional medicine may perpetuate the scourge of violence, etc. And also with the increased coordination of men's program and inter-conversations and dialogue with men and women and between girls and boys, and also that within every community gathering that there should be a session with gender mainstreaming and gender activities must be included within those gatherings so that everybody at least is aware. Thank you. Yeah, it was less than 5 minutes.
We'll go to the next group, but let me warn you, Mr. Msom, that I acknowledge that I have the love potion. Don't disturb it, because my wife is watching. Okay, let me call the second group because of time. I think the facilitator was Mr. Bloss, Indoda is 222. Iyabhulishana-ke le ndoda ngiyayazi. Yabona impulisha phambi kwabantu kubuka nama-viewers. Okay, the person who will present is Mr. Ndumiso Nyawose from Sumandoda Sakhe, who will give us a report on barriers men face in speaking about their rights, well-being, and exercises of violence. Let's give him the round of applause. He's one of the smartest guy.
Yeah. He's very smart.
Okay. All right. I believe everyone can hear me. All right. So, in our topic, we were discussing barriers to entry that men face in terms of their human rights, being able to express themselves when it comes to violence and so on. Right. So, in order just to try keep things brief as well, so I will just go through some of the topics that were mentioned, and then my colleague Sabelo Msomi will then just go through the resolutions that were jotted down. So the first one was a bias or preference in favor of women that exists within society. So for example, where you'll find that men are often presumed guilty without any kind of conviction already being taken, or without any kind of result, firstly, just to determine whether they are or aren't. It's quite often already presumed that they are guilty. And that also even transpires in such as garnishing of salaries and so on for maintenance claims, purely just based off the word that the woman offers. Then men often face a barrier in terms of being humiliated when it comes to reporting abuse. Men don't often feel comfortable to report sexual abuse or any kind of abuse that they receive from women. Then in society, there's a lack of support structures that exists out there. There are no real hotlines that men know of, but quite often we see it being publicized everywhere, really, where women have shelters, hotlines, all these places where they can seek comfort. Then a lack of sexual education is another barrier. Quite often as men, you grow up as boys where you're not really informed what things you do that can constitute sexual misconduct or sexual harassment. That can be even just through words that you use, different forms of touch. So those are things which quite often men are not even aware of by the time they grow up. Then in the areas that we grow up in, you also have regional social norms and customs, things which often purport the ideas of men being the more dominant people and just being able to do almost whatever you want without really suffering those consequences, because you just know that in my area, I was taught to be a man and I was respected by doing these things. Then an inability to express emotions as well. Men are always told that they must never cry, you can't be too soft, even you can't even be too excited. You know, as a man, you're always restricted based on society's expectations to not show too much emotion. And then as well, we have a big issue when it comes to a lack of mentors or father figures in society. So quite often boys grow up without those kind of role models who can really lead them and guide them in the right direction. Then paternity testing is another thing which often leads to men having issues when it comes to mental health and stress throughout their lives, when they later find out about that a child that they've been fathering is not really their own. So the costs as well that come with paternity testing can often challenge them in that regard. Sextortion, which was also highlighted earlier, it's also one of the major things that are happening more and more, even in clubs nowadays. Even if someone's not necessarily even a official sex worker, still sextortion is something that men are often suffering with. And even when it comes to relationship pressures as well, we all know the term indoor damast. So men are often also facing pressures which to them are often quite unrealistic, or they face competition from other men for their relationships purely based off financial benefits. People with disabilities and the lack of education around that. Police stations, for example, they don't really have people that have sign language where those men can also report, or blind people and people with all kinds of disabilities. So even in that sense, there's no safe space for men with disabilities where they feel they can also engage and be accepted and be taught the same kind of values. Even growing up, quite often they're hidden away or neglected. And homophobia as well, one of the things which men don't embrace about each other, people of a different sexual orientation. So some men end up leading double lives and they don't really feel free and open to express themselves as to who they really are. Then the imbalance that exists economically, where women quite often get preference when it comes to employment, creates more and more poverty, where already men are getting left out of workforce more and more. And lastly, healthcare accessibility. Sometimes men feel uncomfortable to share personal sensitive health issues, because quite often you'll find that the majority of workers within the healthcare industry are women. So yeah, over to the resolutions to Saben. Thank you.
Thank you. With these greetings, I greet you all. Just a few resolutions from the point that he's just given. I'll take a few. The most prioritized one that as a society we need to prioritize on is having more healthcare facilities suitable for men and get more workers who men will be comfortable to express themselves around when it comes to health issues. And the second one is hold more awareness campaigns on well-being of men and allow men to voice their views. And also, the most important one for our society that is growing up is hold more programs focused on boys, and those programs are there to search the scourge of gender-based violence. So the main aim is to just have more programs that will help the boys to understand more. And lastly, allow men to express themselves and their emotions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to give input, but due to time constraint, please allow me to call another speaker, because I want us to leave here by 3:20. Yes. And another thing, I want CGE, if they go to another province, not to forget the name of Tsepang and Tabane for running the program. That's why I'm... Okay. Group 3, men as allies in addressing GBVF in KwaZulu-Natal. Let me call upon the Group 3 to give us the resolution. And don't forget to put it in black and white, all those resolutions and points.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Khun Simutaung. I am also a researcher at the Commission for Gender Equality based at the head office. And yeah. So the discussion was quite interesting in the group that I was in, and we decided that it's befitting for us to take a bit of responsibility away from government and limit the responsibility to ourselves in the room. Because I think we've forgotten where it should start. So let's forget SAPS, health, and focus on the men who are in the room and those men who are representing communities there. So the discussion was, firstly, I had to understand, because sometimes you'd assume if people understand what GBVF means, and I had to make sure that the room I was in, they understood, and I can assure you that they did understand what GBF is. So it made the discussion a lot easier and fruitful for us to discuss on something that we want to do. So we came up with 3 avenues. I think the common weight that came out from everything was practicality. So we wanted to be as practical as possible because we don't want to take the responsibility away from ourselves. So we came up with 3 avenues that were discussed, and we felt there were supposed to be 5, but because of time, but we felt these 3 can come up a lot. So the first one was issues around awareness. And we felt, what achievement will you ever get if people you want to teach or educate on are not aware about what you're talking about? And we broke down what awareness is, because sometimes we think a meeting like this and discussing with people, we think people are aware, but there are elements that we need to look at in terms of our awareness. And under awareness, we discussed that an awareness campaign or awareness must be educational. So people must learn. If they did not learn, then they are not aware. 2, it must be practical. If people cannot articulate with ease what they've learned when they leave, then how are they going to implement something that they cannot even articulate? And we then said, from there, awareness must be periodic. There should be follow-ups. I mean, if people are aware, contents change and they grow. So we need to consistently check with people if they still understand what they're dealing with so that they do not lose ground. So that's the first thing that we want. The men in KZN are going to be allies of GBN. They're going to be awareness agents. And how are they planning on doing this? Men must sit down and be informed of misconceptions that are there within communities, and especially towards issues around GBF and its manifestation. That's what needs to be discussed. Also, departments must work with men from home and communities so that there are sustainable approaches that are going to take the community forward. And when we say they must work with men, we are changing the narrative where we say men must go to departments, because we're taking it back to the community. So departments must go to communities, organize men. Men must organize each other, and then they must find ways to discuss these things. And men will work with traditional leaders, because we understand that the environment within the KZN is mostly traditional leadership based. So they must work with traditional leaders to make sure that they work around issues of making sure that they deal with issues around GBVF. And lastly, they must leverage on programs such as SA Men Sports Program, where we bring back those values, where we teach about sports and grooming our young men in terms of the things that we want to do. The second aspect was the KZN men are going to promote positive masculinity towards young boys. And also, why would you want to promote something you don't understand? And it was discussed in a group and people understood what positive masculinity is. And they understood that we need to remember what are the characteristics of a good man. A man is a protector. And if you are protecting, then you won't inflict violence. So you will use your strength to protect rather than to violate. So that's the promotion of masculinities that will take place. Will promote self-care. I mean, how will you be able to look after anyone as a man if you can look after yourself? So that's the most important thing. Indota will see themselves first before they can be able to see somebody else as human. If you see yourself as a human being and you're looking after yourself, then you'll be able to look after your community and you'll be able to guide young ones. How are we going to do this? Firstly, men will have emotional openness. Conversations, men will speak about the issues that they're facing together when they've organized themselves. They'll speak about these issues. Accountability. Men will hold each other accountable. Men will no longer be bystanders. So if you see somebody inflicts a violence against a woman, you are not going to look at them. How are you going to ensure that you hold them accountable? Firstly, you'll call them out. Then after calling them out, if you are failing to call them out accordingly, you'll report them. Where do you report them? There are structures within your communities where you should report. That's holding somebody accountable. You are not going to be an overseer and inflict secondary violence toward the victim or the survivor at the time. And men will start looking after their mental health. And men will speak about issues around mental health, and they'll acknowledge that men are suffering from mental health issues, and they will dig deep within this amongst themselves, and they'll push it within the community. And also, men will start grooming young men. A man will not leave a young man who is disrespectful to his or her parents. In a case where a household does not have a man or it has an absent father. It was interesting, we discussed absent father in two ways. An absent father is somebody who's not there, but also you can be there in your household but still be absent, which means you can be in a household and be a role model in the community but still a perpetrator of GBV in your household. You're absent because you are not positive in what you do. So that's what we are going to look at, and men are going to channel it and change so that what they do is seen. And the last thing that men will do, men will build positive communities. We looked at issues around the fact that there are no structures, positive community-based structures to hold men accountable. SAPS cannot do everything alone, but community-based resources, men will organize again, sit down and hold other men accountable and build a community. And they will instill concepts, they will use concepts such as Ubuntu. We will remember who we are so that we are able to instill such good concept towards our kids. And as these are the results that we discussed, but as a holistic view, it was also discussed and agreed that the men's sector and CGE must collaborate in making sure that we come up with a GBV charter and an emblem that we will use in schools to teach about GBVF. Our kids from primary school must be taught and understand this. Obviously, it will be discussed. Thank you so much.
I'm sure you've noticed that every speaker, when the time has lapsed, I rise to stop him. But I couldn't with this guy. You know why? Each and every time when I look at his face, I see the face of Commissioner Mkhwanazi. I just realized that staying at Inanda traumatized my mind. Each and every time when I hear the name of Mkhwanazi, okay. Okay, allow me to welcome Bishop Mkhunu, who will deal with engagement resolutions. I'm not sure if he will keep time because he trained me to keep time always. we can give him the round of applause because he's the president of Men's Forum.
Thank you very much, Program Director. First, I would like to greet the facilitators of the engagement, Deputy Chair of the CGE, Deputy Mayor in her absence at this time, Nkosi Mbovu in his absence, Deputy Director General from the OTP, Umakebo Mkhulu, esathe ukuphuma, uJabu Baloyi. You spoke very well. Ake nimshayele izandla uJabu. Then Dr. Shozi, thank you very much. Dr. Zanele, we appreciate you, Dr. Maybe I was supposed to make sure that I give you the resolution for the engagement. But I think they've done justice, those who came here from the groups. But I would like to say we really appreciate Dr. Zanele and the team from CGE for allowing us to be together today and also for allowing us to have a working relationship going forward. Let's give her and the team a round of applause. We will also appreciate the team that comes from the national office that has graced our engagement. We are so proud of you, Tatewetu Ukabela. We are so proud of you. I know that you are still going to speak, but thank you very much for coming. Jabu on that side, Javu on this side. It's not Java like KwaZulu-Natal. So we are really proud, and also other members whom you are going with. Maybe together we will eradicate gender-based violence, femicide, and killings. But I said together. And we here in this engagement are pledging ourselves to be the first layer that doesn't perpetrate gender-based violence. Secondly, here, we as this engagement pledge ourselves to make sure that in our areas, we speak loud about the rights of the men, we speak loud about the rights of the women, we speak loud about the rights of the children. We, in this engagement, we pledge ourselves to see our families flourishes. You see, we need to look at this not at the point of men and women and children and go-go's, and we should look this at a bigger picture of seeing a family unit being united again, enjoying life in abundance. We in this engagement, we will make sure that within our families, we stand against anything that show its head to destabilize the family good working relationship. As I close, Program Director, I would like to say, in being a meeting of this nature, it's us who should be the examples
out there. After a lot of presentations and engagements, we should always make ourselves to be in the forefront of doing what is expected and what is good. But all of you, when I look at you, I see a brighter future. I see a brighter province, a brighter country where we will all enjoy, in spite of our gender, we will all enjoy in spite of everything that makes us to be different. Let us love and continue to love one another. Thank you.
Siyabonga Baba Mkhulu. I think I'm gonna call upon the last speaker, which is my end of this session. Umamphilisiwe Kabela, HOD, Public Education and Information. Let's welcome her on stage. And welcome Ntate Baloyi, Zululand. Siyabamukela Ntate. Indlela athanda ngayo amaZulu ngiyabonga, whatever Dr. Shows into ayenza kuye siyabonga.
Okay, just a second. Just a second, colleagues. I'm the short one. I'm sure I'm the shortest amongst the room. I see the front row on my left is a bit empty. I understand that, you know, the representatives who were sitting there, I'm just acknowledging their apology that they gave before lunchtime. They just needed to, you know, go and attend to other critical issues for the day, but we really acknowledge the presence that they actually, you know, gave to us this morning as we were starting the program. But as I'm about to start to speak, I will still continue to acknowledge them. We wouldn't have been able to monitor if there is any progress made by the province should they had not been here today. So please allow me, colleagues, to acknowledge the CGE Deputy Person, Commissioner Prabhashni Sobran Naidu. She said I must actually tender her apology. She's just not feeling well, and she then had to excuse herself so that she can still be able to, you know, well make her way to the airport as we are traveling back to Gauteng this afternoon. Again, I am acknowledging Inkosi of the House of Traditional Leaders, Mr. Ngubane. I'm not sure if he's still here. I'm not seeing him this afternoon, so I understand that it could also be, you know, one of those reasons that he had to leave and attend to other things. In their absence, the Deputy Mayor who was with us this morning, who honored the engagement, Councillor Mioni, the Deputy Director General who again was with us this morning in the stead of the Premier and had to leave, Mr. Zulu, the sector, the men's sector and the men's forums, Ms. Kebasazo, Ukoka, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, men of virtue. My heart really got, you know, warm when I saw this morning to say, It means we not leaving others out, because I see ba apha kukhona obhuti notata babo, but it was really refreshing to see the younger, or rather the youth, being part of this conversation today. There are things that we can always take from them, as long as we move with them and not leave them behind. You are really acknowledged. The security cluster that is amongst us today, I saw SAPS senior management that was with us today. Others, they could still be here, not in uniform. The advocate from the NPA that who was with us again today. The respective religious and spiritual leaders that are here are speakers of the day, honorable stakeholders here, and the ones that are still online. Ndivumeleni ndithi sanibonani, molweni, good afternoon, ndiyathetha mna. Ndiyathetha mna. My task this afternoon is to do closing remarks. Sibuyisela inkqubo apho ibiqale khona in terms of what to do from here. Ndiphinde ndenze umbulelo njenge-commission kama kulinganwe ngokwesini CEO Bishop i-commission kama kulinganwe ngokwesini, not a-commission for women or commission for girls, but we are a commission for gender equality. And if for some reason at some stage we gave a misconception that we are a commission of women, I do want to say somehow those programs might have just aligned with the rights of a woman. We have a foundation as a commission. We understand where we are coming from. We do not forget that at some stage. However, we would understand that legislatively, we are a commission for gender equality. So sometimes we will have programs that speak to the rights of women, the programs that speak to the right of men and boys, and I'm quoting boys in full context of what we are doing here today. We would have programs that speak to inclusion generally, as we understand that as humans as family, we have communities ezingaboni ngolhlobo esibona ngalo sisonke. Ekude kuthiwe we have LGBTQ communities, sonke singabantu. So we are that commission. I just felt that as Bandi says the closing remarks, let me educate a little bit so that singaphumi apha mhlawumbi sicinga fanele bana we are that commission. No, we are a commission for gender equality. And thank you, Commissioner, for, just, scratching to where you needed to scratch, maybe. Thank you. Colleagues, we can all agree that as a country, we need to tackle the gender-based violence and femicide as a collective. And when I say as a collective, you might have noticed the stakeholder categorization that the province actually made, Nazet. You would see that amongst us today, we have the organs of the state, we have civil society, we have media houses, we have other stakeholders according to different role players. And doing that was very intentional because we needed to ensure that we do not leave anyone behind, especially if sijonga from the legislative mandate that says we must not leave anyone behind. So you will see that we had a very different stakeholder categorization. Decisions as a collective according as duty bearers as I do want to indicate that kuyabonakala uba zininzi indlela zokulwa nokunqanda i-gender-based violence kunye nokubulawa komama nabantwana. And this is why as a commission we acknowledge the role of the organs of the state, the intercollaborations multiculturally and sectorally as duty-bound and critical partners in demystifying negative behaviors, masculinity and mentalities towards eradicating violence amongst the society. Sivile that we are moving from a not so good point of view. And what we need to do going forward, kubana silungisane engqondweni, ekuhlaleni grassroots, ngokwe systems, kukahulumente, njalo njalo. We acknowledge the mainstreaming initiatives and commitments that were made by presentations today by the province and the eThekwini municipality. But are these enough? We don't have to answer that. Are we educating men and boys enough about the human rights culture to challenge and influence behaviors? The question remains, what kind of education gets to be taught at household level? What programs do we have in encouraging men and boys to express and contribute to the discourse of protecting gender equality? Are we recognizing the traditional courts enough in terms of role play? I could not write these closing remarks before the start of the program because I first needed to listen to what is happening in the province. And reason why as a commission we came down to the level of the province is because we needed to hear what is happening in KZN. Why are we seeing the shocking statistics that was presented here by advocate from NPA? Not just that, and many other reports that are actually shining a bad spotlight on KwaZulu-Natal. Ujavu said in the morning, when KZN coughs everyone else, and fully confirm and so we just need to really check what kind of education programs are we doing? Are we collaborating enough? Are we defining these well enough? I listened to Tadungos this morning when he was saying in his generation they were taught ukushela intombazana, and what they are observing is that the young ones they are not able to receive a rejection when a girl or a woman says no. What do? They rape, they violate, batata ngenkani. So you can see clearly where the problem is, that there is a lot of education that needs to be done. And you cannot talk again education if you are not going to enforce the law. And that is why we are here today. We wanted to hear exactly what is the issue, and that is why we could not fully participate as a CGE during the commissions that were here, because we wanted to give you independence of speaking freely. But out of those notes that we took, we will be able to see, oh, okay, this is where we have a problem. Yes, we do research as an institution in different ways. We will be able to see, oh, this is where the problem, and maybe programming really needs to look this way, so that we can go back to government and tell them that this is what you need to do. Bishop Mkono, I think Manu Pindi, we have heard from you when you challenge the discourse in saying that visibility of education programs at grassroots level is key, so that government must be seen, advocating for the rights of others and not leave others behind. We've heard you. We will go back and reflect and really digest on what you meant insofar as what is happening here in KwaZulu-Natal. And I'm going to move along to Advocate Khusi to say you really brought it home in his absence. He really brought it home. He in his presentation, he gave us the KwaZulu-Natal statistics for the past quarters, and he showed us patterns, shocking patterns, right, of norms and practices bordering on the lack of understanding of the issue of consent, the right to withdraw consent amongst partners, the level of child pregnancy, because he's saying the child pregnancy we are seeing is a manifestation of many things happening at household level. And it is not that these perpetrators are not known, they are known, but families and community chooses to conceal, right, this information, and they protect perpetrators. But bafuni tetis kaya lento, kodwa a child is violated. It can't be. Dr. Shozi, as the ambassador now of the gender rights and as the former chairperson of CGE, we appreciate the role your organization, which is SANEC, that it plays in advocating for the well-being of men. I think there's a lot that was said here. in terms of just the battles that men have and them not being able to articulate themselves in terms of their daily struggles. I was like, okay, when you were saying you go as far as going to the men's health, because obhuti bethu kulapho bangayi khona, but I think you are saying you went there to check what is it that they are struggling with from an SRHR point of view, so that you can inform programming. We really acknowledge that we recognize those strides, because they are really a solution that we need. If men have issues with ubudoda, inkanuko, and so forth, bakhona ononhlalo, onompilo, I mean, for actually dealing with such things. And don't come to UPIL. UPIL is not trained to do and to intervene in such situations. You might get a wrong advice from me, so go to the right places so that you can get the correct advice. And I think that is what you were saying, Dr. Shozi. And going to Bishop Nkunu, the religious or rather spiritual sector, I know that sometimes these words are used interchangeably as much as these are different, spaces. The sector has a massive role in fostering good education as an accountable body in South Africa, the church. The new amendments of Gender-Based Violence Act, it has expanded the definition of gender-based violence, and now it includes spiritual abuse. I think as a country, we understand that we believe in so many things, church, tradition, and so many things. And if education at that level is wrong, then the results are going to be what we are seeing today. So we really recognize and value the role that you are playing in now changing the discourse, because we are starting from somewhere. We see from the reports what gets to happen in these places of worship, and when we see that there are actions that are bordering on discrimination and abuse, then that is where we really want to see you coming out strongly. The commission recently is going to be going live on a TV program, Dumisa. I think age-wise, sonke apha siyambukela uDumisa. In the evenings, because we understand that the community that is at home is the same community that is at church. So if you can't catch them at home, you will really definitely find them at church. We understand the teachings that sometimes are not positive that are happening in that space. And this is where we are making a clarion call for the church to actually partner with government and the state in eradicating gender-based violence. We alluded to the issue of local gender-based violence as a profound and widespread problem in the province, and it impacting on almost every aspect of life. And we see that women are affected. The girl child is affected. The boy child is affected. The elderly are affected. The vulnerable groups are affected. And who else, if it is not men, who are going to protect, those levels of society? And we cannot do this if we're not collaborating, and this is why we are having this conversation today, to say, what are the solutions? Talk to us. So I want to commit and say that the notes that were taken during those side commissions, we were intentional by allowing you to speak independently and not participating much, because we wanted to hear what is the problem and what the solutions are. So commitment that we are making is that we are going to take those notes and come up with a monitoring, right, education programs, etc. as an institution, so that we can go back to those who have a duty to educate, duty to protect, duty to do this and that, and monitor if they are actually responding to what you have actually shared here. Lastly, colleagues, I wouldn't want to leave behind the sign language interpreters who have been with us throughout the day, doing a wonderful job in terms of ensuring that Today's program is received by all. We are very intentional about this because we understand that we are all affected as communities. I would really want to say thank you very much, colleagues, for the profound work that you've actually done. Thank you very much to our speakers today that really led the various commissions that we have. Thank you very much to everyone else who participated, to our comms department, to the program directors, to Uzanele. We cannot come as head office and think that we are going to tackle the issues of the province if we are not led by the province. Thank you very much, Zanele. This is very impactful. We can't sit back and watch the reports that are actually putting a spotlight on KwaZulu-Natal and think and wish and pray that these are going to go away. It means we have to take action. It means we need to be deliberate, and all those ideas and information that were actually put forth are taken into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sisi. This was the last speaker, but before, I'm not sure if we're going to close or what, Tsepang would advise me, but before we close, all those who had AMA reports, ngicela uSisi Tracy Kumete Phakame, so that you will submit all the reports to her. Tracy Kumete, please stand up. I'm having the authority to command everyone. So, report, please submit all the report to her. Engagement lab is now. So I'm declaring, as the powers vested in me, I'm declaring this session closed.